Welcome, everyone. This is Saturday Evening Chats, episode 39. And tonight, we are flying solo. No guest panelists, no co host extraordinaire. So, I shall say, welcome to Gun Loving Grandpa. He's so far the only one that's commented out in the crowd. And I know right now I'm competing with the Army Navy football game. So all I have to say is go Army, beat Navy. So I'm going to keep it running for a few minutes. Hopefully we get some people out in the crowd. Uh, if not, then I guess I will shut her down. But let's try to have a nice little stream. I want to say happy birthday to old Blue Eyes, Frank Sinatra, whose birthday is today, or was today, since he has passed. Um, at at some point, we will have Nightbot join in to the chat, and we'll do a random comment generator. So we shall be giving away a nice limited edition hot pink Olight. So everybody comment. Let's see how that goes. And welcome, Rob D. How's it going? Are, are you still muted there, Rob?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I'm in a vehicle. Hopefully the background noise isn't too much for you.
Yeah, it's not bad. I got the Army-Navy game going on right now. So,
All right. Well, if it's a problem, just say something.
oh, nope. So far, your Army is beating Navy with
Nice.
3.5 to go. Uh-oh. So we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. F&H and Mr. Keith Gregory, who is on the other side. He's wishing Navy would beat Army. So, unfortunately, I don't see that happening today. Welcome, Mr. Two Gun Kitty, the Catnip Outlaw. So right now it looks like it's just you and I flying solo. So, what do you got going on today? So, everybody out in the crowd, what is the one gift for Christmas that you're hoping that you get? Let's see if we can get some audience interaction. We've lost Rob. Trying to figure out how to figure out how to get Nightbot in there. So, So, Mr. Keith Gregory, it looks like Nightbot picked you for a channel sticker. So, hit me up with your email address or your address in my emails, and I will get that out to you. So, we'll start with that since I was testing. Now let's see if we've got Nightbot. Still waiting to see if I can get. We got Nightbot trying to work on all this because I want to definitely make sure you guys. Oh, the wife has the TV hella loud. Yes. Watch. So, looks like we got 9 people in here trying to. I know we've got a bunch of. Oh, yeah, feedback can be there. But let's see what we got going out in the crowd. So, welcome, Andrew. A nice Franklin Armory binary trigger for your Ruger would be nice, Mr. F&H. Gun loving Grandpa says a G20. Welcome, Mr. Burnaby Sanchez. So, I see Rob is out in the crowd. So, I know we had a Texas lost their Supreme Court challenge because they just said we're not even going to listen to it, which is kind of BS. My only thought about that is possibly they denied it because right now, like, not all the states have even certified, and so they're waiting to see if any courts in each state may take up and overturn, so then they would have like more grounds to really make a ruling on it. That's the only thing I can see. I see we've got Mr. Kingpin out in the crowd. Welcome. That I have no clue if it would be possible to put a binary in an M&P 1522. I mean, I wouldn't see why not. They've probably got them out there. I mean, it's running off the AR platform. So maybe just if it's a standard Milsurp AR trigger, you should probably just be able to swap that right out. Would be my guess. I have no clue. I'm not a big AR person. One of these days I may decide to try out an AR. Ooh, I guess Rob and Deanna Foss got called out by Carolina EDC. I will definitely have to look at that. Welcome, Drucifer. What's going on? So, I know a bunch of us are kind of really getting tired of hearing the election talk, but it's still kind of prevalent, and it's kind of out there since truly we don't completely know everything that's going on with that. I know Mr. Kingpin has a link if he wants to jump in. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Burnaby. I mean, it might be a little different, but cool. So I know if Rob was in here, he could be able to tell you, since he has an MMP 15. So he. All I know is I could definitely use a nice Storm and Norman AK 74 for Christmas, but that would be a $1,800 Christmas present. So I don't see the wife deciding to drop that kind of cash on a Christmas present for this guy. So, has anyone else seen that Sig Sauer and Zev Technologies have come together to do a Z365? So it's going to be a Zev Technology like slide and stuff. So that will be. It looks pretty damn good. I might be able to pull up an image of that. What's going on, Nighthawk?
Hey, not much. I see you're doing a solo show, which, am I disturbing your act today?
Oh no, I sent out. I was hoping somebody was going to jump in. I was like drowning.
Oh, dude, it's been raining here, and my wife and I ate too much, and we went to sleep.
So this is going to be the new Zev Octane Sig 365.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I've gotten kind of mixed reviews for some of the Zev stuff, but it seems to be improving.
I just think it's kind of cool because, like Zev started out as an aftermarket company for like Glock parts and stuff. And
I mean, that's cool. That is way cool.
Do they make those slides? Do those slides come with the optic on it, or is that just for the picture there?
no, so they are going to have the optics ready with the Sig Romeo 1 Pro, I believe, that's going to come on it, or you can get it without the optic on there. So yeah, I think you'll have your choice on which way you want to do it.
I wonder if they have it compatible with the SAS sites, or if it's just.
I don't know, because I just got an email about this today, and
Drew
yeah,
just woke up from a nap too. Yes, Drew, it's the greatest thing on earth being old and getting to nap. I love it.
so,
Dude, that is pretty cool. Does it show weight comparisons or anything?
I'm not.
Does it say when these are going to hit the market? Like when are they going to be ready for sale?
Yeah, is this also solving for a problem that SIG already solved for? Do they have an MOA?
This is going to be, I think, an MSRP of around $1,200, and I believe that they're actually ready. They're up for sale. Because right now it looks like there's some of them that say they're out of stock. But yeah, I mean,
$1,200, huh?
it's not bad. I mean, truly, it's not too horrible. It's if you get the whole entire 365 setup.
Yeah.
Because it's like when I got the wife the RXP X Compact, which this is gonna be, it's gonna have the flat face trigger in there, so it's it's gonna have the X platform in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be a little nicer setup.
It
So
is pretty.
do you really want to pay $1,200 for a striker fired pistol?
Well, the MSRP would be around 12, so you're probably looking what, $8.99 to maybe $9.50, probably right around in there. And for the RXP X Compact, I paid almost $1,000.
I don't think I own a striker fired pistol that's over $700, $800. I was sitting here trying to think. Everything that I have has a hammer. Anything that went triple digits has a hammer on it.
I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Fiendog27 and Mr. Mario. So, welcome, guys. And it looks like Army just won the game.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quick question for you guys. Since a lot of pistols are, like especially the striker fires, are moving toward more and more polymer, what would you guys think of an actual polymer slide?
No.
Well, so we talk about this, a polymer slide. It's there. It's already on the market.
I don't like the idea at all.
If you think about it, the G44, which is Glock's 22 long rifle, it has a polymer with an infused slide to lessen the weight. So the polymer slide is already on the market.
We know that, but I know what he's getting at, right? A 9mm 45 or 40 caliber Kingpin. Am I adding thoughts to you
Yeah.
or what? Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely a real gun.
Yeah.
I mean, not taking anything away from 22 pistols because they're great little guns, but obviously you could make a 22 pistol out of plastic and not have to worry about it. But when that explosion for a 45 or a
Yeah.
9 or a 357 SIG is going off and that slide's moving that fast,
Uh-uh.
I don't think you could do that. I mean, maybe if you really infused it with like tungsten or something like that. I mean, but I don't see the technology is there yet to pull that kind of a slide off, because your first round going off would just explode the gun. The slide would go, into a million pieces.
well, who was it? Drucifer? Yeah, Drucifer just said, what about the 3D printed AR upper?
No, kapow. And I'm sure that's what. Let me look at the chat. Yep, that's what Drucifer meant.
I mean, I do know. I know about the 3D printed lower, and they're got on the market. There's the polymer or plastic AR lowers.
Yeah, I don't. So I shoot a lot of poly guns, and I can tell you that I carry one, right? But I can tell you right now that when it comes to something going nuclear, I'd much rather the gun be made of steel. And that means when my higher powered stuff comes up, my 40s, my 44s, all those type things, I want that gun made out of metal. And I want a big heavy slide on that. Don't go late.
Yep. So I see we were joined out in the crowd by Mr. Warsaw Patriot. Welcome.
He seems to be indicating that he wants to hear some politics tonight.
Well, glad I'm here. I love to talk politics.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem talking politics.
Oh, did I tell you my P-17 came in?
You did get it? You did get
Yeah,
it? Nice.
I got it. It's in 3 different shades of FDE cat vomit, and so that thing is being touted as a carry 9mm pistol in the manual.
Wow.
And to be honest with you, dude, I'm kind of sold on the concept. If you're gonna sell a 9mm or a 22 as a carry pistol, and when I do the evaluation, and I'll tell you why. But shockingly easy to use and efficient, and it's got a nice set of sights on it. Every other part of it looks something completely ghetto fabulous, straight out of their book. You know what I mean? But man, thing runs good.
Andrew says, I'm working on a 50 AE wooden slide. LOL.
The name of this gun is the Splinter Mark II.
Yeah. So I decided, well, the wife and I were looking at beer earlier at the store, and we went with a Pelican Brewing Bad Santa.
A Bad Santa beer.
Yep. It's 7.5% alcohol and 65 IBU. So it's a pretty bitter beer.
Yes, that does sound like a bitter beer. Definitely.
All right. Well, as from somebody who thinks that beer is probably the dumbest one, at least one of the dumbest things that ever caught on in human history, what do you guys like about beer? Like, I noticed you just talked about the bitter taste, and I can never understand, like, even if I crack open a cheap Budweiser or the most expensive beer, it all tastes like rotten water to me.
Dude, I like a good hoppy, or not hoppy, a good good stout German beer. To me, it has a very strong, almost like drinking a bourbon or something of that nature. That very strong,
Yeah,
bold taste that you get.
if you go with like a nice Rausch beer, which you might be, it kind of has a smoky, like kind of campfire taste and aroma.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Christopher apparently filtered his bourbon through a hippie last night, and and Mario Mario likes wheat beer. Oh God, what's wrong with you people?
Blue Moon isn't bad if if you're like having it with a supper.
If I'm gonna drink a beer that I can't chew, it's gonna be and Kingpin. Here's another example, like a tequila beer, like a Corona. Corona is good as, like, I'm mowing the lawn, or I'm grilling. I'm actively grilling. That's a good beer for that. It's
You know,
refreshing.
I prefer Sol over Corona.
Hmm.
SOL.
Yes, I like it too. Yeah.
Yes, that I think it's got way better the flavor. Um, Modelo isn't bad.
Well, I like
Corona,
Modelo.
Corona is kind of overplayed. Um, if I'm gonna drink like Modelo, I'm probably gonna go with the Negra because I just like a darker
I like the
beer.
Negra. Yeah.
But like Tecates is not too bad. Pretty much Corona is like my last choice for some of your Spanish beers. Victoria is way better of a flavor.
Any of the German beers I love.
We've got Texas Bullet out there. Welcome.
I have just wounded myself. I'll be right back. I need to go clean my wound.
What were you playing with a knife?
Might have took cleaning tips from Night Strike. It was 1911.
Yeah, it was the spring. The spring got him. So, still trying to figure out how to this Nightbot ish.
Yeah, what is that? What is the bot all about? I don't. I've seen that in a bunch of people's chats, and I've never paid enough attention because most of the time I see it in somebody's chat, it's like every other comment's the stupid bot.
So you can have the bot where it invites people to go to your Discord or to your other things, but you can also use it to do like random comment generators, random number generator, kind of stuff like that. So you can do like giveaways and stuff like that through. And so this is like the first time I'm actually attempting to use it. We are joined out in the crowd by Earth. Welcome. So yeah, I know hopefully pretty soon StreamYard is going to release their like random comment generator or picker, however you want to call it, so that it's just part of StreamYard. And then you don't have to have any outside crap, the cat's playing with the keyboard. You don't have to have an outside web page or anybody, to run any of your channel stuff. You just have your YouTube set up, and then you use your StreamYard for doing all your broadcasting and stuff. So I'm hoping that they roll that out pretty soon. But some people will use like Nightbot as their only moderator, and so they set it up with like keywords or like spam control, stuff like that, so that it will automatically time people out, or and they don't have to really focus on the crowd. They can just put Nightbot in there and let it do its thing however they have it set up, and you can go in and tell it to say certain things. Like go in and do so pretty much anybody can use these commands.
I came back. Who are we commanding today?
Nightbot, maybe it will answer.
G didn't pay attention when he was watching all those movies from the 80s and the 90s about science fiction going bad.
Right.
Yep.
So he just put a robot in control of his channel.
Really?
G-Webs is never coming back.
No. This is just for this show, because I'm going to end up doing use it to do a random picker, and it'll just randomly pick somebody, and at some point tonight to give the Olight that I'm going to give away tonight. So
you're going to use HAL 9000 to that's funny. Burnaby and I had the exact same thought at the same time. You're going to use HAL 9000 to use this. I don't know if I would trust a bot. I don't even trust Alexa. Nightbot, prepare the turrets. Oh,
next thing you know, you got
drones swarming my house.
Andrews asked Nightbot, what's better, 9mm or 45 ACP?
Yes.
Is Nightbot actually going to answer that? Probably not.
So how do you ask it questions? Type them in the chat.
In there it should have, because I put it on there for it to show you guys what commands it can do. I have no clue. I know Ghost has used this a couple times to do his giveaway and stuff.
So how do you talk to it? I'll go look it up real quick.
Yeah,
channel available. Nightbot. Stop the stream and begin spamming the broadcaster's home address.
Right?
Oh, it has a playlist. Sweet. Oh, you have a requested playlist.
I don't think so.
It says right here, and this is some weird stuff. This is the theme song to 1970s porn music.
Yeah, of course. We gotta have that.
Fresh. The Halloween.
It should have Whip It on there also.
So, no, Whip It is not on here.
Oh,
Free Peacock, Sidewinder, The Divide, The Follower. All this stuff's by Monster Cat. Is there something about Q song requests? Very cool.
Andrew says he's seen an answer before. I haven't gone in and done any of the customized commands or anything like that.
Hmm.
So I have no clue, really.
Hmm.
Burnaby says that Alexa will put the finger on you when the police come to your home for not wearing your mask. I know Alexa would probably say, "Hey, he had 60 people here last night. They were all partying. No social distancing, no masks."
Well,
That's why I don't trust Alexa.
I know that if I talk to my phone or talk around my phone, that eventually the conversation pops up in my shopping list. So
You've got an iPhone?
no, I have an Android.
Oh, yeah, Google does kind of, but at least you can go in and turn that off so it's not listening to you.
Oh, it still listens to you.
Oh, well, yeah, everything listens at all times. Yes, I did see the toolbox, the box that you made, and it is pretty damn cool. So, what are you guys looking for as a Christmas present?
Well, I've already been denied my Christmas present, so I'm probably going to get another gun. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. What are you doing?
I've been trying to slowly put a hint in the wife that I want a Storm and Norman Gunworks AK-74 custom made. I get to pick, or she could pick the wood furniture, blah blah blah, and it's only $1,750.
Not bad.
I know, that's what I keep telling her. It's a custom made gun.
Why do you want an AK-74 though?
Why not?
Because it's one of the worst rifles ever made. And it had the shortest duration of any battle rifle in current military history, didn't it? How long was the AK-74 in service?
They're still using the AK-74 in some places.
Let's work with civilized nations. Let's see.
And like Warsaw says, the 74 is awesome.
Dude, they make copies of the M4 carbine AR-15s that are so much better than this rifle, and I bet you anything that you could get in one for less than $1,700. Can somebody out there in the chat see if you can find where he could get an AR-15 for less than $1,700? I want your life to be safe, G23. I believe that you should be happy and healthy. Go ahead.
Let me do some internet sleuthing real quick.
Yeah. I hear Palmetto State Armory's got something that he can work with right now.
Okay, I found your answer, Nighthawk. The exact place that you can find a complete AR top of the line for under $1,700 is literally everywhere.
We've solved your problem for you, G23. There's no need to thank us. Put your wife on. We'll thank us for us. By telling her where to get it for you.
Do you guys not remember like a couple episodes ago where I showed a certain patch that I picked off gun websites?
Yes, we know. You did your salute to the communist nation. We were there for that. This is why there's only 15 people watching tonight, G23.
Probably. Absolutely, probably.
Ooh, they've got the wooden Black Aces tactical semi-automatic shotgun marked down.
Yeah, so everyone says that I need to go with an AR, but so what was it? About 3 weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
I was over at Coastal Farm and Ranch,
Mm-hmm.
and they had an AR,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, let me see the AR. And she's like, okay. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, I'm holding it, everything. And I'm like, let me see that crappy Century Arms AK you have. I feel much better holding this in my hand.
Well, hey, Rogueru's out there. Rogueru, long time no see, man.
Right there. Rougarou. Rougarou has my back. You don't want an AR. Get the 74.
Yeah, wasn't Rogueru building an AK of some kind?
Yeah, it's the Russian model, I think is the
Yeah,
last video we put out.
yeah.
I'm
Couple
saying
videos.
we need to get Rougarou on here so we can help build his channel. He's still under 100 subs.
Well,
So,
one tip that I would personally give him is take the child safety lock off his videos.
Yeah, sometimes I know every once in a while when you're uploading, if you're not paying attention, they'll automatically turn your comments off. And so you really do have to go in and pay and look at that because they will turn those damn comments off.
Hey, wait a minute. So is that's not where you check the box and say this is not made for kids, right?
You have to,
Yeah,
you have to put,
That one you have to check.
Yeah, you have
Yep.
to check that, don't you? Yeah.
But there's another one that puts another. It's an opening screen where you have to. It's an age verification screen.
yep.
Oh no kidding.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to click it in order to say that you want to proceed. Then it'll play the video.
Yeah, because so in the settings, he probably doesn't have it set to not restrict. And so, like, the video, all my editing software, when I upload, it automatically has most of that filled out from the very first time. And the only thing I have to do is go in and tell it that it's not meant for kids because you can't have it saved automatically.
Yeah, that's
We'll
what
fill
I
that.
check. Yeah, every time.
But all my other settings stay the way I have it saved. Even if I go into my advanced settings, they still stay the same exact way that I have them set from the very first video I uploaded using that software.
Yeah.
So
YouTube has just destroyed the comment section on my channel.
Has it really?
Oh yeah, they've been doing this for months and months on my channel. The Hitler video I put out had at least 7 comments just straight deleted. And then the giveaway video I put out, I don't know how many comments I'm just gonna make up a number. Say I got 30 comments. 25 of them I didn't get notifications on. It was just the last couple that I got notifications on. So they've been deleting comments off my videos. They don't notify me. The video I put out before the Hitler video, for like 3 videos I had to go into my YouTube studio to find the comments.
yeah, for some reason they have been doing that a lot, where they're putting a lot of comments in the held for review, and so if you don't check that part, they'll automatically just hold it, and then after 15 or 20 days, I think it is, they just delete it. And you have to be careful because you may never even know that certain people commented on your channel. I see we are joined out there by Mr. Honcho Fett and Jason Stewart. Welcome, guys.
I'm over here looking through my held comments, and I would have held all these comments too.
Some of them, yeah, are good, but others, I have had comments that are held just by saying, "Hey, cool video."
Well,
Right.
this one says your filming was not absolutely flawless, and I would have held that comment too.
I get a lot of the comments that I leave on people's videos used to go to the spam folder. Now I don't have a spam folder on my comments anymore. So I don't know what happens, but YouTube has not been playing friendly with me in the comments for months and months.
Yeah, I think they're also doing that with Ozark because of some of the videos that he puts out. I see we are joined out in the crowd by Miss Vanessa Kitty. Welcome, everyone.
I know Ozark is getting all my comments.
Yeah, he gets a lot of the comments and stuff, but I'm saying, like, there's probably a lot more that are being held for review because of their new policies that they've put out. With if you do anything based on elections or whatever, they may remove that video. You know,
I had last weekend. They deleted a complete video. It took me I don't know. It took me about an hour to put this video together. And as soon as I uploaded it, YouTube sent me an email and said, "We deleted that video. You can't play it on our platform." And it
Okay.
wasn't even controversial or anything like that.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
held somebody's comment for review that said, "I bought this at Dick's," as potentially offensive.
Yeah.
They're
some
right.
Of the some of the stupid comments that they hold for review is like, really, Dick's is a sporting good place. You don't even know what kind of businesses are out there.
Well, let's be honest for a minute. Dick's is a little offensive.
Well, the fact is that if they bought something at Dick's, that was probably what 20 years ago, because Dick's hasn't been selling guns in forever.
Well, Dicks are exactly that.
Yep. So if you go up to Eugene, like you're heading towards the airport, it's funny because you go down the road towards the airport and you have a Walmart and a Dick's in the same parking lot.
So
It's like-
Wally Dick? I'm so confused.
It's like, hey, look, there's two anti-gun businesses side by side. And that would be very, very tempting. Two Gun Kitty says, saw the new side loading Henry lever yesterday. The stainless 44 mag is tempting me. The only thing I can say is you can always ask for forgiveness. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission.
Man, it's blocking some stuff that's I want to have up there. How do I fix that filter?
Yep, Fiend Dog says there is a Dirty Dick's Crab House. Well, I know there's I think it's called Dirty Dick's Crab Shack down in Florida.
I saw a meme the other day. I think it was on Zeducation, the Tyler Zed's channel, and there was a restaurant called I don't care, or it doesn't matter. What is it? Every time you ask your girl where she wants to eat at, she's like, I don't know, or something like
Yep.
that.
I don't know.
That was the name of the restaurant.
Yeah, it's like, I don't care.
There's I don't know what I want to eat, or something like that.
Yeah,
Or I don't care what I want to. I don't care what I want.
I don't care or I don't know. Hey, woman. So, what's the comment that most women say when a guy says, "Where do you want to eat?"
Up to you.
No,
Up
that's
to
not
you.
it. It's either like, "I don't know" or "I don't care."
We do the same thing every time.
Yeah.
Hey, babe, where would you like to eat tomorrow night? She's laughing. So what happens is I name 3 places, and she
Right?
says, "No, I don't want to eat at any of those," and then she'll pick one, right, and we'll go eat there. So what I've started doing is just naming off 3 random places as quickly as possible.
it always works. I always say, like, when I'm asking my coworker, I'm like, "Hey, what do you want to eat for lunch today?" He'll be like, "I don't care." I'll be like, "Well, then it's easy for you to make a decision then."
Right there, we've got the 402 outdoorsman out in the crowd,
What up, 402?
and I know he's been putting out some new videos lately. So he's
The best
still, I think he's still at 139 subscribers. He's been holding
Why?
steady.
He's got good stuff, man.
I know. I'm not sure. So there's a couple of great channels out in the crowd that are putting out hard work, and we gotta show them guys some love.
I always show them love. I go to their channel and I report their channel for a channel strike. I mean, I work real hard.
I know. I always tell the 402 outdoorsman, how beautiful he is in his comments.
Warsaw Patriot wants you to play a video that will get you a channel strike.
You right? Yes. Or it'll just get the channel shut down.
One of the two, right?
This live stream is done right now.
Live streaming off. All right.
So, was anyone watching NEPA last night?
No.
Yeah, I was watching him for about a half an hour, and then I had to go to sleep.
Yeah, his very first stream that he was doing, he was going just fine and everything, and next thing you know, bam, they kill it. And so then he had to go and fire up a new one.
I think my goal from like here on out is to get my channel deleted. The next video I'm going to put out, if I don't get a channel strike or get my next video blocked, then they're not trying hard enough, because I'm going to be extremely trying to get in trouble with this next video I put out.
Yeah.
Right? Vanessa has a great comment out there. She says, "Make the internet a public utility, and all this censorship will stop."
Well, let's be honest. We've all chosen to play somewhere where people don't agree with our politics. And so, by the way, that applies whether you're a liberal or a conservative.
Yep.
40 years ago, had this been a channel about gay rights, it would have been stuffed, right? If this had been the same type of forum. So, I mean, the reality of it is, whoever gets so much power, I mean, you have tyranny either through politically correct moralists or politically correct left-wingers or morally ostentatious right-wingers. So we can't allow things to come under control by either group too much. It gets crazy either way. I'll be right back. I have to go make pancakes. Sorry.
I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Armed Ape, and he says striking a channel is the highest form of flattery, or the lowest. Still working that one out. It can be both, depending on how you want to look at it.
And by the way, since it's the appropriate time now, happy birthday, G23.
Thank you, sir. Yep. If I wouldn't have missed the one Saturday because I went ammo seeking and picked up 400 rounds of 9mm ammo. It would be the 40th episode on my 40th birthday. But we're doing the 39th episode. So, not, yeah, the wife's like, not quite the same.
Just kill this stream real quick and start another one.
Right? Just shut her down and go ahead and. Thank you guys. Thank you all. So, I was thinking about just naming, just numbering it, number 40, and skipping 39 altogether and seeing if anyone noticed that, hey, you missed a number. But
that kind of person will show up about 4 o'clock in the morning about 3 months from now and be like, "Hey, stupid, where'd you learn how to count?" in your comment section or something like that.
right? But the only people that ever watch my stuff is the people that are subscribed to me. I don't really get outside people looking at my channel. I have no clue why.
Well, the thing about YouTube and the way to gain subscribers, a lot of the bigger, more political, more incendiary channels have been throttled. So only their subscribers are going to see their videos. But in your situation, you put out a 4-hour long conversation every week, and that's not going to draw in the YouTube surfer. The standalone videos is what will draw in the YouTube surfer, the guy who's flipping through and just, let's check out what this G23 is about.
Yeah, that and I've noticed that a lot of people say it's hard to find my channel, and so one of these days, and I'm going to be going on vacation starting next Thursday after I get off work. So I'm going to go in and do a custom channel link, because after 100 subscribers, you can go in and do a custom channel link in your YouTube studio. So I will definitely be doing that, and maybe I'll try to make it a little easier for everyone to find me.
And unless you type in like basically Maryland gun laws, something to do with Maryland, you can type in Kingpin and you'll search for days before you come up with my channel.
Yeah. And so, like, a lot of the times, if people, when I say, hey, I do YouTube videos, and they're like, oh yeah, well, what's your channel? And I'll tell them, hey, you know what, I'm G23, but the easiest way to find me is, and then I just tell them one of my videos, or hey, I do a live stream called Saturday Evening Chats. YouTube search that. So that it makes it a lot easier for people to go ahead and find my channel. And yeah. Mario asks where I'm going. I am going absolutely nowhere that I can think of. What I'm going to hopefully do is use that 2 weeks that our company, we're doing a voluntary layoff kind of thing where they're only going to have a couple people working because we're just really slow, and we're doing some remodeling and stuff at work. And so I'm going to use that time to put more effort into my YouTube channel. So I'm hoping to put out a few more videos and things like that. So Earth says, where in Maryland? I'm guessing he's directing that towards you.
Yeah, I live in Carroll County, which is just west of Baltimore. So when you're looking at the map, and they always show you where Baltimore's at, if you go off to the west just a little bit, you'll come in Howard County and Carroll County. I live in Carroll.
If you say so, that is going to be exactly how you find him. I'm over in Oregonian, so be over in the Oregon state. In the deep south, I'm actually closer to California than I am to Washington. Kind of sad.
Well, both of them suck real bad. So
Yeah,
California's got better weather.
that's the only real thing that California's got going for them. And right now, it's like Oregon's trapped between the two states that are competing the hardest on the West Coast to see how quick they can take away their slaves' rights. Because they don't look at those in those two states. They don't look at you as citizens. You're just a dollar sign.
Yeah, Oregon ain't too good either, there, buddy.
Well, we're still pretty free.
Yeah, I don't
Right
know.
now, we're still pretty free, and that's mainly because Oregon has the ability that, say, the Republicans or the conservatives have control, and they start to pass stuff. The other side can turn around and walk out unless they have a super majority. That's the only way that you can get stuff passed. So a lot of the conservatives, because we're not the majority, stop votes from happening to take away our rights by, we're just not going to show up for work.
What's the topography in Oregon like? Is it mountainous? Is it forest? Is it like what's the
All there's mountains, there's forests, there's flat land, and then you're out at the ocean. We have pretty much everything. You've got one of the biggest draws is like Crater Lake, and then if you're up on the Columbia River, so you're up towards Washington State, you have some of the most gorgeous waterfalls you're gonna see. You get into Hood River in late July, early August, and you're gonna come across the Columbia River Gorge Games, where they have mountain biking, they have rock climbing, they have windsurfing, and everything that's all done right off the Columbia River. And at this point, when you get down the Columbia River, it's the widest point, which is over a mile across between the two states.
what's your snow situation like? I guess I would imagine obviously the eastern part of the state, like the northeastern part, probably gets quite a bit of snow. But how about the rest of the state? Is it a heavy snow state?
So in certain areas, you're going to have a lot of the snow area. Your eastern part of the state, pretty much the whole eastern part of the state. You've got Mount Hood, which I believe is the only mountain in the United States where you can ski or snowboard 365 days a year. You can do glacier skiing and glacier snowboarding. So in the middle of July, it could be 100 degrees down in Hood River, and you could take a quick little trip and go up into Mount Hood, where you could then turn around and be skiing.
Well, they produce the snow during the summer, but I would imagine
this is all snowpack and glacier fed. So
right.
it's way up. That Mount Hood and that part of it is so far up that the snow in glaciers don't melt.
Right,
It is
yeah.
an active volcano also, just like Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier. Kind of, Mr. Travis T, which we have been joined by. It's pretty much Portland, Salem, and Eugene that control everything else in the entire state for voting. So, yes. Who the hell is calling me? Well, not answering that phone call. So.
Do you ever get into I know you go up to shoot up in the woods, but do you do any other kind of woodland activities? That you ever snowboard or tube or white raft or any kind of stuff like that?
So, when I lived in Washington, I did a lot of snowboarding and everything when I was younger. I haven't done it in probably 20 plus years. Rafting is fun, but I haven't done any rafting down here in Oregon. I definitely do like to do a lot of hiking and stuff like that up in the hills, 4x4ing, out playing in the mountains, mudding, all that kind of stuff gets really fun.
Do they still let you ride ATVs and dirt bikes and stuff like that out on public land? Or
Yep.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Andrew Faulkner says, "My hood is the only racist mountain, Mount Hood."
Well,
I live near a place called Sand Mountain. You should totally look that up if you want to understand what true mountain racism is.
Yes, Mount Hood it's pretty racist because it does have a white cap.
It does.
Oh, Burnaby says that he's going to offer me an extended warranty on my car. Well, let's see. I drive a '97 Pathfinder with pushing 300,000 miles.
Yeah, they cover an oil change.
No, they won't even do that.
Really?
I tell you what, answer the next phone call that says they want to give you an extended warranty on your car, and I bet you they'll say they'll cover that.
The thing is like sometimes I love harassing those guys when they're doing those scam calls. And the last time I got one on my phone, they told me to fuck off and hung up on me.
That's funny. You see videos like where they call the chief of police and say they're going to come arrest her because they don't know they're talking to the chief of police. There's this one chick. She's a voice actress, so she knows how to do character voices. Plus, she can imitate celebrity voices. Apparently, she gets a lot of these calls, and she answers them as Kim Kardashian or Whitney Houston, and she'll get these people going and going and going, and just sitting there making a YouTube video out of it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I should do that the next time. Record myself, But yeah, they're pretty quick to just, you asshole, fuck you, and hang up.
I try to sell them funeral insurance when they call. It's how I amuse myself. Sir, before you start, sir, have you considered where you're going to lay the people that you love to rest the most in your world? Given what you do for a living, you probably will be the last person in your family to go because that's how the rules of the world work. Have you considered a plot of land where you might click? But I've all script through it. I've never made it through the first paragraph.
My boss got a text message yesterday, and it was, "Hey," and then a couple minutes later, it was, "Hey, are you there?" So he texted back. He texted back, not for somebody who I don't know. Who is this? She sent a picture, and it's this beautiful blonde girl with this amazing body. And Joey was like, well, my boss's name is Joey. He was like, "Hey man, come here and look at this. I want to show you something." He's like, "This girl just sent me a text message," and he started telling me who she was. She's a porn star. So he knew what her name was and all that kind of stuff because I guess she's like a well-known porn star or whatever. And then he started showing me the text that she sent after the picture. So he was playing along with her the whole time. He was like, and then he eventually just started asking her a bunch of personal questions. He was like,
Dang.
he was like, that picture belongs to, I'll just say Jenna Jameson. Wasn't her, but that's the only name I can think of. That picture belongs to Jenna Jameson. She's a professional porn star. I know this isn't you, but I mean, it was funny, man. They went on for about a half an hour. Whoever was on the other end was trying their best.
I see we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. Thread. Welcome. So yeah, I started the stream out by saying that I wanted to thank Mr. Old Blue Eyes and wish him a happy birthday, since today would have been his birthday.
And Barney Fife,
Mr.
Frank Sinatra.
Yep, Frank Sinatra was born on December 12th.
Do you like his music?
Yes, him and the Rat Pack.
I don't know. I don't think Frank Sinatra sang much after the end of his career. He was basically just talking to you.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like that's what's kind of weird. Like when you go back and you look at the Swooners and you listen to them, you're like, no, their lyrics don't make any sense, and it sounds like they're just talking in a singing voice. Like today's music, you're used to a melody and a rhythm and a repeat and some rhymes and all that kind of stuff. And they would just get up and just basically sing a sentence to you. I was like, how did that ever become popular? But I guess I get it.
Hey, Bill, how are your kids?
So Travis T says his sister's birthday is today too. So tell your sister I say happy birthday. Another Sagittarius in the crowd.
I can't even listen to modern music. My taste in music basically terminated sometime in the 1980s.
I liked a wide variety of music. Like I'll listen to classical music, I'll listen to elevator music, I'll listen to jazz, I'll listen to Nina Simone, all the way up to Kelly Clarkson. But you've got to at least can fool me a little bit that you put some effort into it. Like I used to love gangster rap. As vile and disgusting as gangster rap is, at least you could keep up with it. Now the rap, there's nothing there. Like, give me something. Make at least pretend a little bit like you tried.
Gangster rap was lost on me because I was there for the advent of rap music. And so I remember Tupac Shakur in a button-down shirt and a pair of polo pants sitting behind Digital Underground singing I've Been All Around the World. Okay. So, none of these guys getting out talking about how they were born a gangster. I remember them coming out of music schools that cost more than my first house did.
Tupac went to one of the best dance and performance schools in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. And he came out talking about how he was a gangster. And all I could think is, you a bitch, because you ain't never been a gangster.
Yeah, I've got a pretty wide variety of music that I listen to. I'll go from a lot of your classical Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, um, all the way up to listening to some reggaeton, so Spanish kind of uh, rap, country, uh, death metal, uh, hair bands from the 80s, all different kinds of stuff that I'll listen to.
It sounds like you're very eclectic. You know what? That pancake tasted like another one. I'll be right back.
Nightbot just gave Brent. And he timed him out for 5 seconds. Yeah, it was only 5 seconds, but Barnaby put up like 3 or 4 crying, laughing emojis. And Nightbot deleted it and then timed him out for it looks like 5 seconds.
Oh,
Stop spamming emojis. That's I guess 3 emojis is too many.
let's go into. I guess we'll have to. I guess we'll have to. Crap. Okay, well,
He's got Travis too. Travis put up a couple of middle fingers. The Nightbot said, "Nope."
well, now he doesn't have a wrench. So
And see, back in the day, but the wrench, you used to be able to untie, like if say Warsaw timed out Travis by accident or on purpose or whatever, other wrenches used to be able to go and untime him out and bring him back. But now you can't do that anymore. Warsaw timed out Nightbot.
payback.
Nice.
All right. Who did Nightbot? Did Warsaw Patriots just ban somebody with Nightbot?
Hopefully, you didn't ban him.
Travis T. Stop spawning emojis.
Yeah. But we definitely took Nightbox wrench away. So
Good job, Warsaw. Way to fight back.
gotta
If you
make sure.
notice, every once in a while, not last week, maybe like 2 weeks ago, in 1 week, I saw Google delete 3 messages, and one of them was mine. Like it'll come up and say, like where it says Nightbot was timed out, it'll say Google deleted your message.
Dirty, filthy little Google.
All of them, man. And Midnight's in here letting them have it.
Okay, that should help a few of you guys.
What did they do? What did you do? What kind of evil are you into, sir?
Travis T should have a wrench. Jason Stewart should have a wrench. Burnaby should have a wrench.
Yeah, you should definitely put some of that stuff in the hands of other people so you don't have to meddle with it.
Pretty much everybody has a wrench if you've been around the channel any time. So
I think like half the people that subscribe to my channel probably got wrenches.
probably
I do the same thing. Everyone that comes in, as long as there's somebody that, like, if a complete and total stranger comes through, I'll wait a few comments before I hit them up. But anybody who I know, I'll just give them a wrench.
yeah. I've pretty much the people that have been here and stuff, or that I've talked with on other chats and stuff. You're pretty much. I'm gonna make sure you have a wrench, because if I put Nightbot in, now I've taken his, wrench away, so he can't do anything.
I like giving the people wrenches because they're censored less and they can post links.
Yep. I kind of felt bad for Midnight because his wife had a wrench and he didn't, and she could time him out. But I haven't seen Mia in here forever.
Do we need to change the type of content that we're doing? Do we need to switch it to makeup tips or something?
Well, I think she's just been really busy, so.
Well, as the kid gets older, then she's got a little bit of help raising Midnight, so it's not a full-blown job with him.
That's actually important.
Yep.
I even think about that. It must be tough to do that alone.
As Nerf Shooter gets older, he can take care of Daddy while she can go do other things.
Yeah, well, she can also trust him to play in the backyard a little bit better now that one of them's a little bit more conscious of right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even here to defend himself.
He's in the crowd.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, but I talk trash about Midnight to people who don't even hang out on YouTube. It's like a full-time job for me.
Dude, so much hate.
Okay, so let's.
So much hate. Oh well.
There's no hate. We all have love for everybody. So let's see who Nightbot picks for another channel sticker.
I finally got a company to make my patch right. I should have a bunch of patches before Christmas.
I've thought about
those away.
There's a company I was talking to over on IG.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not horribly priced, so I may look at that in the near future to do some patches.
It's not like these guys were. There was a price issue. It's just, I don't know. I'm pretty finicky about how my patch looks.
What all did you have? Who did you use for your stickers, Chief?
The same company that Mr. DM Foss used.
And what do you do to send them a picture of what your channel logo is, and they make a sticker for it?
Yeah. So you go on, you pick the design or whatever. If you want like an oval sticker, if you want like a square sticker, blah, blah, blah. And then you upload your JPEG image. And so then within 24 hours or so, they send you a rendering of what your sticker will look like, and then you either confirm it or say no, redraw it. or redo it, whatever. And then I think it took from the time I ordered it to the time I received them was 8 to 10 days.
Wow.
Is that an expense? You don't have to say how much you paid, but is it an expensive process?
No, absolutely not. So I want to say the stickers, because I think I ordered 150 of them, were like 22 cents a piece or something like that. It wasn't that bad.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
I think it was like $60.
That's actually pretty good. I may have to get some stickers next.
Yeah, so they were pretty darn quick. So I see. Nightbot. Not out in the crowd.
Nightbot's out in the crowd.
You might still be timed out.
Did he really time out the bot? That's great. I'll have to remember that.
Well, we shall see if he ever shows back up.
You are going to have him do the drawing?
Yeah.
I thought about doing a drawing on my channel where I did a live stream and gave things away only to the people who showed up in the live stream for my channel. And I was like, it'll just basically be all these people again.
So yeah, he may still be, I guess, timed out. Hopefully he didn't get straight banned.
Oh, can YouTube ban your bot?
Well, somebody else could.
Do you have a ban list for your stream? That's funny. Knowing this motley crew, somebody probably did.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking to see if. If I can find anything that may say.
He just hit him for 300 seconds. He didn't ban him from the channel. He just hit him for the 300 seconds. I don't know how to math well enough to know how much time that is.
60 divided by 300.
I guess my mic might have cut out. I don't know how to math well enough to do that. So.
You don't math in public, because neither do I.
Or private, kind of. I mean, unless I have to. Like, when I got to count my money, then I'm pretty good at math. Anything else?
I will totally whip a calculator out in front of God and everybody. I'm just not worried about it.
Yep. But at least now he can't time anybody out. So we have taken his power away. So we've got 23 people out in the crowd. And
Nice.
is there any topics out in there that anybody wants us to talk about? Or Mr. Kingpin or Nighthawk, do you guys have topics that you want us to discuss?
Well, I've pretty much given up on the political battle, and then
Yeah,
focusing now on lawsuits. So nothing there really. Let's see.
I mean, Texas lawsuit got thrown out by the Supreme Court. They're like, we're not even going to listen to this.
Well, none of the 4 states that were under fire were going to do anything about it anyway. And the one state that would have, Georgia, they murdered the son of the guy who officiated the vote, and he immediately changed his mind and certified the vote. So, I mean, what are you going to do? At this point, the only people who could actually do anything about it are never going to do anything about it. So, we are never going to do anything about it. We're going to sit here and piss and moan. So, it's over.
I know we were I was watching last night. They were doing a pro-Trump rally in D.C.
Yeah, that's completely waste of time and money.
So I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. M. Gabriel. Welcome.
If you want to keep Trump in office at this point, you're going to have to march up there and keep anybody from removing him. So, and I'm not sure that's a particularly good idea anyway. So, that's where we are.
Yeah, and they've already proven that they can cheat to win. So, are they going to cheat to win in Georgia?
I'm sure they will. I would. I mean, if my MO was cheating to win and it worked one time and I was able to convince the people that nothing had happened, I would do it again. I mean, all of those people that filed affidavits have effectively just put a target on their backs, right? And you've heard a lot less and less of those people willing to come forward after the initial push of affidavits because they had been threatened. So, I've seen a lot of election cheating over the years. Nothing ever this blatant, and it just kind of speaks to where we are as a nation. Will the United States recover for this? Absolutely. Are we in necessarily a great place right now? No, and it's something that we should actively work to resolve, which includes demanding of our local politicians that they take steps to avoid this. There's a whole group of people that nobody ever bothers that have nothing but the job of officiating the vote. And so get your name in their ear.
So, Earth says, what do you think the first anti-gun executive order will be? That's pretty plain and simple. He's made it very clear. He's going to ban the AR and the AK. And
I would be shocked if that man went after the AR and the AK in his first 2 years. Shocked.
Okay, so if he doesn't do it in his first 2 years, it's not going to get done. After 2 years, they're going to use the 25th Amendment to remove him and put Kamala in power, so that then she has a chance of a 10-year term.
So let's play logical ball for just a second. So let's pretend that Biden does the same thing that Biden has done for the last 37 years in office for the first 2 years. And he doesn't do anything for the first 2 years. Nothing significant, right?
We'd be happy as hell.
Well, we'd be happy as hell. The economy would probably keep going the way it is going, okay? And when it came time, if they don't secure the House and the Senate, right, in Georgia, when it came time for all that to come up again, he might actually have a chance of securing, quote, ultimate power, right? So if he just sits on his hands and does nothing for a couple of years. And then on the backside of that, he may actually have a much easier time pushing, like Clinton did, right? Pushing a quote unquote assault rifles ban. It doesn't really do you much good to put Kamala in office early on, because everybody that actually gives a crap about things will fight her, and they will fight her nonstop. And 2 years from now, it's going to be, she's going to lose the House and the Senate, and then nothing she wants to do will ever get accomplished, or nothing the left wants to do will ever be accomplished. Now, this is just my uneducated opinion, but by the time you've been in 6 or 7 elections in your lifetime, you've seen that an incumbent president that has pissed people off doesn't get to do anything for their last 2 years. And that's what, we've seen that as recent as Donald Trump, right?
Yep. So I see we have Guns and Barbecue out in the crowd, and Mr. Warsaw Patriot, welcome. And so Warsaw asked about what my thoughts on handguards were, but I did not see what he was in reference to.
AR-15.
So,
Tell us about your preference in AR-15 handguards. So as we're building you this AR-15, you'll use it.
I don't know. I mean, M-Lock seems to be what everyone's going to.
Yeah.
I mean, but I really don't have. I mean, because like on AKs, I definitely think wood furniture is the way to go.
Heck yeah.
No tactical, no crap like that. Just keep that wood furniture and run the dong out there.
I like the dong on my AK.
The only thing you have to do is you gotta shave the back end of the dong a little bit and then re-seal coat it
For 40
so
rounders?
so it's easier to rock your mag.
I don't have any issues rocking my mag.
Well, but some people
On
do.
a Romanian dog, yeah.
If you're teaching people to shoot, it's just easier to have the dong shaved and make it easier to teach people.
So, how did your channel strike come? Was it the dong shaved?
Probably the shaved dong. They got the channel.
Do you think that's the one they're going to go with?
So what's okay? I don't own an AK. I do like the AK, and I'd like to have one. And my question is, I've always heard that the American AKs are trash, and only the European commie block AKs are worth having. What's the validity of that? And is buying a straight up, PSA AK worth it, or should you just wait and,
That
till Vladimir Putin comes by?
Yeah,
So-
that gap is narrowing. It's not like it used to be.
And it really depends, again, on who your manufacturer is. Just like in the AR market, you're not, you have your different levels of your manufacturers and who's going to produce a better quality product.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, there's a lot of manufacturers in the U.S. market that are bringing in and doing well-built AKs. But again, if you could get your hands on a true Kalashnikov, you're going to have a great AK. If you can get your hands on a true Chinese AK, you're going to have a pretty good AK. Yeah, but I would definitely stay away from, like Century Arms. It's a hit or miss on if it's going to be any good. IO, it's just complete garbage.
Mm-hmm.
I am not even sure why they're still in business making AKs.
It's
or
because the
importing.
AK market's so hard to get into right now.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many different newer companies that are bringing out AKs that IO's days should be pretty well numbered because there's way better suppliers to the market?
I've one of my best AKs is a Chinese AK with Romanian furniture, and a Russian paint job. But there's a lot of variety, but I think he's exactly on point. If you buy a higher end AK, you're going to have a better experience with it. And right now, the prices of AKs are so jacked up. I don't own an AK that I paid more than $200 for 20 years ago. You know what I mean? And now those are $1,300, $1,400 AK-47s, and or AKMS. But it comes down to getting a higher quality product. I like most of the modern American AKs. I think you're going to find people debate that there's somebody on the other side of that every time though. I've had people who've bought Century Arms that just ran, but not all of them.
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, because like Andrew says, is the Romanian Wasser by Century Arms is good. Now, just Century Arms has different. They import, and some of them are their own that they have. So you have to really be kind of just throwing out, going after Century Arms. Yeah, I did kind of leave it too vague out there, but to go, okay, well, we're going to break it down that this Century Arms is great, but this Century Arms isn't. The MPAP is great. I'd probably stay away from the OPAP. Kind of.
I've got a 26-year-old Wasser over here. That thing has just ran and ran and ran and ran.
Wasser 10s are great.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a such thing as a true AK pistol? Or is that just an American, like a PSA type of thing? Like, did the commies make AK pistols?
No.
Not that I'm aware of. They made AK-74s.
AK-47, AK-74. Your AK-103 is an Americanized, more for to compete like against your AR market, because they are pretty well customizable. I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. K24. Welcome. I'm not sure.
Don't you own a couple of AKs?
I see.
Did you say me? Do I own them? No, I don't have any AK. I got a bunch of ARs, but I don't have any AKs yet. My nephew's got an AR and not an AR, an AK and an AK pistol, but I personally don't have one yet.
I like the 7.62x39 cartridge. In my opinion, I like the cartridge.
Yeah.
Okay, so Draco does make a AK pistol, but that's a newer making, compared to some of your older styles, and that is, I do believe, Romanian built.
Mm-hmm. I have a Draco, but it's not a Russian pistol. It is a Romanian pistol. It is also completely worthless.
I don't know. So one of the local gun shops that I go to, the guy had got a Draco in, and he hadn't put a deposit on it, and I had a chance to buy it out from underneath of him because he had ordered it for himself. And there's times where I kick myself in the ass for not just saying, you know what, I'm taking that home with me today.
I don't think it does anything particularly well. I'm having mine modified to put a pistol brace on it because as a pistol, it is awkward, heavy, and unmanageable. And I'm not a little bitty weak guy. I mean, I can deal with weight and recoil and all those things. It's not really well suited for a rifle caliber pistol, in my opinion.
So I'm gonna let Mr. Nighthawk talk for a little while, and Kingpin talk for a while. I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Okay.
10-4.
All right, Kingpin, what song did we have selected for the night?
I hear this new artist out named Cardi B.
Spend the night together. Oh, WAP. Okay, hang on. Dude, you ought to get into 1AK in your life. I mean, they're fun. The newer ones, you can get some pretty good accuracy out of them. I've enjoyed shooting AKs a lot in my life. I've settled in on a couple of models, and pretty much are not going to buy anything else at this point. You know what I mean?
Well, I'd like to get into one, and I've wanted one forever. And I kind of feel like I'm in a bad spot because now they're obviously overpriced.
Oh God, yeah.
Do I wait and see if the price comes back down, or do I wait and watch the price just keep rising?
Well, that's always the catch-22, right? So, they did an assault rifles ban under Clinton, right? And you couldn't get anything at a respectable price, AR-15s, AKs, or any of those. But man, you pretty much wrote your ticket if you had something that was pre-banned, right? So you could sell them for almost anything. And then we came off the backside of that, and AKs and ARs and everything else were dirt cheap, man. I have some, like I said, I don't own an AK that I paid more than $200 for. Okay, and some of these AKs are triple digits right now. Really, financially, if we were to have a lot of pressure on that market for a while, and then it come back out from under that market and importing start up real heavy, you'd probably be able to get into one for a better price. But even that's a risk, right? Nobody knows.
That's,
But
that's, that's kind of a situation I ran into before I started buying guns. Is before say 2013, it wasn't impossible to get a gun in Maryland, but
yeah,
everybody that I talked to had these fancy guns and they were super expensive. And then when I first started getting around the ARs, one of my cousins had a couple of them, and he was like, "I paid 2,000 for this one. I got 3,000," and I was like, "I'm no way in the world I'm buying a gun for $3,000." And then one day, the shop that we work out of is right next door to a gun store. And my coworker's son came out of the gun store and was like, "Hey, I put down payment on my AR. I'll pick it up Friday." I was like, "How can you afford that, dude?" And he was like, "It's only $600."
yeah,
And then the next weekend, I went and bought one.
yeah. You guys missed the cheap ones because I mean they were coming out. Like I said, $300, $400. You could pick up an AR for a little bit. Um, you just kind of have to work with the ebb and flow of the market and whatever's going on out there because it's probably going to get a little crazy for a while. I went into the gun shop that I have a partnership with out here and today, and he and I were talking about what he had in stock and what his buy plan was and so forth, and he was asking me what are you going to be reviewing, because sometimes he likes to set up his buy plan and coordinate it with some of the things I'm reviewing. And so he and I were sitting there talking about it, and he said, "Yeah, man, we got we got 3 Hellcats in this morning, and they were gone 15 minutes later." And I was like, "Holy crap!" He said, "Yeah, I priced them at over $600 based on what I had to buy them in at, and they were all gone." almost immediately. So there's a lot of pressure on the gun market right now, and people are paying just ridiculous prices. So it's kind of hard to make a good judgment call at the moment.
What was it? Almost half of 2019, I guess it was. The AR market kind of just the bottom dropped out, I guess you would call it that. And they were Bear
Yeah.
Creek and PSA, they were giving stuff away. You could get a
Yep.
complete AR for almost nothing.
Yep.
And then right when the COVID hit is when lower started costing $500.
Yep. Yeah, they are. The market dropped for a little bit there. I do a lot of surplus World War I, World War II stuff, so that market tends to ebb and flow. Although I think the days of cheap, abundant stuff are over now. Let's see. Sergeant Joe Smith says, "What do you guys think about those AK-15 ghost guns that shoot 30-round clips a second?" Well, Sergeant Joe Smith, I'd love to get a hold of one of those.
I've got 4 of them. I think I got them. I think it was buy one get 3 free. Matter of fact.
Yeah, 1,000 rounds a minute.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not trying, that's like the beginner's level.
One of my favorite things, boy, if you want to understand the mentality of people, one of my favorite things is to give one of my mini 14s to somebody and say to them, "Hey, shoot this rifle, right? Tell me about what you think about this." And so I'll let them shoot the mini 14 and they'll go, "Yeah, it's a cool little rifle." And then I'll hand them an AR-15 and they get this look on their face and they're like, "Is this thing automatic? How fast does this shoot?" Blah 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 blah. And I'll take the magazine out of the M14 and the Mini 14 and put it in the AR-15, and their face just drops. They're like, "Oh wow!" I said, "Yeah, this is basically the same mechanism. It's the same round and everything else." They have got people just absolutely brainwashed, absolutely brainwashed. And it's people, I live in a really super conservative area of the world.
I like to do the opposite direction. Put somebody down behind the AR for the first time, and I always like everybody likes when a first shooter pulls the trigger for the first time, the local
Oh,
number.
yeah.
That's classic.
Uh,
But they'll shoot the AR after I'll explain it to them, and they'll be waiting for the recoil, and they'll pull the trigger, and there's no
braced in.
recoil. And then I'll hand them the Mini 14, and they'll be like, "Oh man, this is easy." And then they catch the same exact round, and they feel that buttstock hit their shoulder.
Yep.
And it's like, so which one do you think is easier to handle? Which one do you think is safer?
Listen, the safer weapon has to be the one without the recoil, the one with a giant cold spring aimed at your esophagus. Oh well. Here we go again. Another 4 years.
So I'm back, guys.
Welcome back.
I had to go drain the radiator.
Gotcha. There was a little singing, but it wasn't bad.
Oh, I had it up on my phone and answering in the comments while I was draining the radiator.
There was a lot of singing, actually.
Yeah, there was.
I
So
had the camera on and everything.
I saw that.
If you had your camera on, there'd be a lot of people watching.
Right? Because, whoa, what the hell's going on here?
We're getting to see him for the first time.
Trying to remember. Okay, well, I guess I have to go back on
What?
I have to go back in the YouTube chat.
Are you trying
And-
to unban the bot?
I have to re-give him a ranks, so otherwise he won't play. Which hopefully I can go back far enough in the chat.
I think the wife and I are going to go watch a movie here.
Why would you want to do that?
Because time with your spouse is important.
Yeah.
You know,
Maybe. Every once in a while. I mean, the 5 minutes should have been up by now.
I think he probably permanently banned it.
No, it's not in the... It's not in the...
Not in the permanent ban list.
Yeah. I just hope I don't have to go through and re-add.
Who banned the bot? Maybe they can give you more information.
It might have to do it a certain way. Oh,
Just throw them in a hat. Start your camera up and pick out of the people.
probably gonna have to do something like that. Let's see.
What is tonight's Christmas movie? Let's see. We watched Die Hard, which means tonight is probably Elf. Oh no, it's National
Elf?
Lampoons. It's National Lampoons tonight. Oh yeah. I don't know, Margot. Elf is one of the best Christmas movies of all time, man. It's about the true spirit of Christmas.
Well, I'm just gonna. I guess. You have to do a certain couple things to. maybe. Uh, yep. I don't know.
Yeah, throw them in a hat, dude. Save yourself some misery.
Write a number down between 1 and 25 or 24 or whatever. 25. And then have people out and hey, Nightbot, there he is. He's back. Black Cat Outdoors wants. Ban him again if Black Cat won.
Black Cat.
Okay, well, Black Cat, go ahead and shoot me an email with your address, and you shall get the limited edition Olight Hot Pink and a channel sticker. Congratulations.
That is
So,
an awesome prize.
every once in a while, you wind up getting lucky.
Nah. You always get lucky if you're here in the chat with G23.
Right? Guns and Barbecue says 23.
Well, I'm going to go watch a movie with the woman because it's time for the second Christmas movie of the evening.
So, plug your channel before you bill out.
Well, yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. Nighthawk Medic Shoot. You know, we do handguns and rifles and shotguns for the people who are looking to get into their first firearms, and most importantly, we're honest about it. I don't have any kind of sponsorship, and that's intentionally because I do not want anybody to influence my behavior. So, if you're curious about my opinion or perspective on a firearm, come on over. Thank you again, G23. I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, you
Have a
are
good
so
night.
welcome.
Jason,
you.
everybody else out there, have a great night.
See you later, Paul.
So, Mr. Kingpin,
Yes.
what would be a drawback to you getting the AK, in your opinion?
Right now, just the price. That's it. That's all. And the only reason I haven't bought one yet is all the real ones that I've seen have been real expensive and not in the best shape. And then I've never really been interested in the ones that look like plastic. You know, like the AK pistols and stuff. Some of them are pretty cool. My nephew's got one that's got wooden furniture and it looks just like a miniature AK. But most of the ones that I've seen look kind of lame. So really, it's just every time I've come across one that's worth having, it's been too expensive.
Now, you can get the ones that are all kind of tactical out, and you can get the wood furniture and put it on there.
Yeah, but that takes a lot of effort. You know, I know
Not
it's
really.
well, no, I know it doesn't take a lot of work, but it takes a lot of effort because that would mean I would have to look up the parts, order the parts, wait for the parts, open the box when it gets here, and then swap them out. And that's a lot of activity that I'm not really trying to do.
I could see that.
I'm not a shopper. Like that's where I fail a lot on, especially with the internet, is I never shop on the internet, and I don't like going shopping. Like if I'm gonna go buy a pair of socks, I go directly into the store, grab a pair of socks, buy the socks, and get out.
So, like, if you go into your LGS that you use, a lot of the times you can just say, hey, can you order me, some wood furniture for my Wasser 10 or whatever, and they can get that in pretty quick, and they can show you different styles, so you don't even have to do any of that. So you could then say, okay, well, yeah, I like that darker wood, or I would rather have a lighter wood, or however.
Yeah, I understand that. I know it's a whole lot easier and less problematic than I'm making it out to be. It just in my head when I hear you say that, I'm like, man, that's just more work for me to do. Why can't you just have one on the shelf that I can just buy?
Well, in a lot of places you can do that, but again, you come into, especially the market that we're in, and it's even that way with AKs or ARs. What would have been a $600 AR now is a $1,300 AR.
Yeah, see, I don't do that either. I don't do that either. If I'm gonna build an AR, yeah, I'll do that. But if I buy an AR off the shelf or from a friend of mine, the only thing I'd really ever change on it would maybe the scope. It's same with my handguns. I buy a handgun, and the way it came from the factory or the way it came from the person that I bought it from is the way it always stays. And then occasionally, once in a while, I'll change the grips out on something like that. But for the most part, I don't do the triggers and the sights and all that. I don't change the guns when I buy them. I buy them exactly and keep them how they are.
Yeah, and and some people, it's not. Um, they're not the guy that's going to go in and modify any of their firearms. They're going to buy them, and that's just the way they're going to stay for the entire time they have them. And then there's people, that are going to go, okay, I want to put a, some brake over on my takedown for my 1911, so I have a gas pedal, so I have a place to, put my thumb, or, I want to put extended, takedowns on there, or, all different kinds of different things that they may, or, this one that they have on the shelf right now in this 1911 only has a safety on there, but I want a decocker and I want it to be ambi. So they go in and change that stuff out. And then other people are like, you know what? That's what's on the shelf, and that's what I'm going to buy, and that's how I'm just going to leave it. And when I find one that has an ambi decocker only, then I'll just go and buy that, and maybe I'll get rid of the one I have. Yeah,
I guess we always tease about the Glock guys. They buy a Glock and then take all the parts off it and change them. And most of them do that because that's what they want to do. Like that's the whole point is to make it. That's just way too much for me. So,
yeah, it's like customizing, and and you've got the SIGs. You can do that also, where you can just completely customize it to be, your own. So that say you and I are in the same room, and we both put our SIGs on the table. Yours and mine probably aren't going to look the exact same. Or we put our Glocks on the table, or we put our, CZ75s, where we've customized them. Maybe we put a different magwell on there, or maybe we don't like the magwell, so we take the magwell off. We put in color pins, or we don't. Maybe we get a lightened slide, or different kinds of things, to kind of customize it. Or, we decide, you know what, I like it just the way it is, and I'm going to leave it bone stock.
I don't know. I usually take the position that Ruger knew how to build a gun better than I did, so I'll just keep it the way they built it.
Yeah, and that's one way. But, sometimes you even can go on to like CZ75, or onto the CZ page, and you look at the 75 and go, hey, look, now they offer it with a magwell, but mine didn't have a magwell, and so you just,
I get it. I don't knock anybody that likes to do that kind of stuff. It's just too much for me.
yeah. And there's people out there, and and again, that's what makes us so great in the 2A, is that we can be, kind of the way we want, and still, hey, we all respect the 2A. We respect what it is, and maybe you like a Sky in hot pink, and I think that Sky is complete garbage. Well, guess what? We could have a difference of opinion, but at the end of the day, we're both glad that we have our firearms that we have on us to protect every other person if it ever came down to that situation.
As far as like G-Webs asked, you modify your car, did Ford make it right? Well, I wouldn't buy a Ford, but no, I don't modify my car. My daily driver, if something breaks, I replace it because it needs to be replaced so it works. But I do have cars that I modify. I've got a truck that I'm building. My dad's got a classic car that we work on all the time. That's different for me when it comes to guns. Unless I'm gonna build an AR, I'm just gonna keep it the way it is.
Yeah, and there's some people that hey, I'm gonna get me a 67 Chevelle, and I'm gonna leave it bone stock. And then there's another guy who says, I'm gonna get me a 67 Chevelle, and I'm gonna put a 702 mountain motor in there, and I'm gonna drop twin turbos in there. I'm gonna put a Pro Street supercharger in. I'm gonna put a roll cage in there, and I'm gonna drag race the hell out of this damn thing.
Yeah.
And to say which one of them is right.
Well, it also, yeah, I guess it would depend when it comes down to the car like that. Is if you want top dollar, if you want to resell it to almost anybody, the '67 Chevelle from the factory, the way it was, is gonna get you the highest price and the most people are going to be interested in that. But when you modify it and make a drag car out of it and put custom paint on it, only a specific customer is going to want that car.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing is, if you're looking that I'm going to buy this car, I'm going to restore it, and then I'm going to sell it, and make more money than I have into it, that's one thing. It's just like, okay, well, I'm going to buy a military rifle that was used a milsurp, and I'm going to, restore it, and then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to sell it for 10 times what I have into it. That takes a very specific buyer that you're looking for. And so then you got to make sure every single thing is very, meticulously done correctly. Everything's got to be numbers matching, no matter if it's in a car or if it's in a firearm. If you're trying to look at top value of what you can get for return of investment compared to, I am buying this, I'm going to make it the way I want it, and I'm not looking at if I'm going to ever sell this thing. is a whole different thing.
Yeah, totally.
And the thing is like every firearm I get, I never plan on getting rid of them. You know, they're going to be mine to the day I die. And hopefully the person I hand them down to will understand that, you know, now they're theirs. But it also is, you know, hey, this person trusted me so much that they gave me their prized possessions. And I respect them enough, or I care for them enough, that I am going to keep those and I'm going to hand them on to the next generation so that they keep getting, you know, passed down.
Yeah, most of the guns that I own, I bought private sale, and I bought them from people who I consider real good friends. So I'm kind of the same way. I've got a bunch of guns that I never shoot, but they're my friends' guns, and I want to keep them because of where I got them from.
Mm-hmm. I have firearms that I've never shown on my channel, and I never will show on my channel, just for the fact that, you know, their hand, where they are, and the sentimental value. You know, I don't care what if anyone says, you know, hey, that's just a shit gun. Well, that may be your opinion, but it's priceless to me because of where I got it.
Talking about your Glock?
Yeah,
How's it going, guys?
doing great. So, I know earlier, and I'm not quite sure if that person's still in the chat, but they were asking about. I think it was Mr. FNH who was talking about a binary trigger for an M&P 1522. Are there ones out there, or can you just use a standard Milsurp like AR binary trigger and drop in there?
To be honest, I don't know. I have heard rumor that there is some, but I don't know firsthand, so I couldn't say, unfortunately. A Google search can probably tell you more than I could.
Well, I was just hoping that you're the M&P expert on the panel, so I would throw it your direction. I see we are joined out in the crowd by both Mr. Gun Websites and Ozzy Orsborn. Welcome, guys. And thank you, Ozzy, for the happy birthday. My wife said,
birthday.
thank you. My wife says I'm too old now that I've hit the big 4-0.
Well, hopefully your wife will spank you for us.
She's just probably going to trade me on a new, younger model.
40 wax with a belt should do it.
Oh, we got Moo out there. Welcome, Moo. TPC is out there, the poor conservative. I know I missed quite a few people. I see mid-range is still here. 38 Super is out there. I know JMA is out there. Welcome, JMA. And hopefully he's still out there. So, again, I gotta say, Navy, you can always think about there's next year. Keep your head held high. And remember, next year it can be a different year.
Right. You'll do some extra PT.
So, G-Webs, I have enjoyed the 40 for many a years, and 40 life will be that way probably till the day I die. I cannot think of anything better than a 40 cal, except 7.62 by 39.
So what if you won a lifetime supply of 9mm?
I know this guy in New York that would probably be willing to do like a horse trade.
Good answer.
Because selling, just I wouldn't want to sell it, but maybe I'd be willing to do like a horse trade. And I know there's quite a bit of other people out there that would love to get in on some horse trading.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Yeah, I was out in the sticks earlier for work, so I was shocked I got through to you, and then it cut out on me. So figure I'd just wait till I got back and stop by Arby's. Paid like $35 and got ripped off.
You got that meat?
If they want to call it that. It's about all I got. Meat on a damn bun. There's no cheddar. They didn't put the cheese on. They didn't give me any Arby's sauce. Like, oh Jesus,
Wow.
After that place, like, but it's a little trip to make it back. So it's like, oh God, I just can't win, man. For that kind of money, you should be freaking happy. But I mean, at least put cheese on. It's called a beef and cheddar. I mean, it comes with cheese. Damn it.
2 for $6.
Yeah, and I doubled up. Tried to get got the double, and I usually try to get extra cheese and stuff, but I couldn't even get a normal serving of cheese. Damn people. See,
once you double up on the meat, then it doesn't be the 2 for $6 anymore, and that's where they get screwed up. You just got to do the 2 for $6.
It was like $12, I think, just for the meal alone, and then I added a Jamocha shake. So I don't know if that's included or what, but
there's probably a slight difference in price, but not by much. But the Jamocha shake, those things are damn good.
Yeah, they are damn good. That's half the reason I was like, Arby's. So
the wife had never had a Jamocha shake till a couple days ago, and she found out. She found out what a Jamocha shake is all about.
Nice. Yeah, they're good. I think they're good. And that's the only thing that came out good from the damn dinner. So at least they didn't mess the shake up.
So G Web says, "What is a Jamocha shake?"
Yeah, I was asking the same question.
Okay, so it's like latte, mocha, Java, milkshake with whipped cream and chocolate drizzle on top. I don't know.
It's a coffee milkshake.
Yeah, it's a coffee milkshake.
Kind of, yep. But it's not dark like coffee. It's actually lighter than a lot of people would think. It's almost has like a darkness of like a tan eggnog, if that makes sense. But good stuff, though. It's kind of like mocha, like similar to mocha, I guess. But kind of chocolatey coffee.
Yeah, I mean,
I never get the whipped cream. To me, that's a sacrilegious or something. Hot chocolate, that's different. But on a damn milkshake, no, man, that's how they rob you. They stick that funky top on there and spray that up there. I'd rather take an extra scoop of the stuff or give me an extra squirt.
See, the thing is, that's where you're wrong, because they're gonna fill the milkshake to the top of the glass, and then so like at Arby's, they put that bubble top on there, and then they fill the bubble top with the whipped cream and the chocolate drizzle. Now, if you go to like a fancy restaurant and you order a milkshake and they serve it in the glass milkshake like container, okay, they fill it all the way up, and then the whipped cream is on the top, actually outside of the glass. And if you're not careful, it will fall off of the glass. Just saying. I am a milk shirt.
Study of it.
Specialist.
If you do not get it that way, you send the milkshake back and say, I want a proper milkshake.
Nice. Yep.
Yeah. And the nice thing about Arby's is the milkshakes are always so thick. You actually have to wait for like 15 minutes to
Yep.
let them kind of melt before you can get a drink. Otherwise, you're going to like be trying to draw on that straw so much like your cheeks will friggin' bruise.
Yeah, that vein on your forehead will explode.
Yep.
Yep, I had the same issue just a little while ago. Heard you talking about dark wood when I was in the shower. Had to make sure my camera wasn't on. I was like, what the hell? So,
Yep. See, even Rich White says, Rob has obviously never had a real milkshake before. If he thinks a shake shouldn't have whipped cream on it. Just saying.
I'm right there with you,
I
Rob.
always pass on the whipped cream.
Yep, it doesn't belong on top of a milkshake.
It just blends out the flavor. It's like adding ice to your hard liquor or something. Just waters it out. Oh. See, I got stuck working all weekend, which is good but bad. You know, obviously work's always good, but doing a tear off and a metal roof in the middle of the winter isn't good, though.
I get stuck working every weekend. I don't know how. I need to get stuck not working one weekend. That would be awesome.
I work. I have finally made it in life where I work 4/10s, and I have Friday, Saturday, Sunday off every week. It's fucking amazing.
So I take it where I can get it, but you know, a plus would say I didn't work most of the week prior to that, besides the little things. So if that's more time off, and with a job like this, it's comparable to, like, you know, I don't know, I guess I don't want to say a poor person, but minimum wage or whatever's whole month paycheck out of a weekend. So
My only question,
I'm trying to get over that way a little bit, but you know, I work less but harder, and if anything goes wrong, it's on me. So if that makes any sense.
so Patriot in the Dark says, slight emergency, unknown number of puzzle pieces down the heat vent. How did he see that?
If you pull off the little diverter or whatever that cover is that you call, you should be able to reach just about 6 to 8 inches down, and it'll curve. So they're probably still sitting right there.
Yeah, you can easily reach in those ducts. Just tread carefully, because sometimes there's some sharp edges or stuff down there you wish you didn't touch.
I would just use a shop vac, stick it on top of the duct, and be done with it.
Well, as long as he doesn't touch the puzzle with his hands, it's going to look complete anyway.
Yeah, but you know, pieces to a puzzle are just a fad, just like the sights on your gun, just like computers, cell phones, all that's just a fad. They're going to go away.
No, man, that's nothing. Nothing pisses you. Well, almost nothing pisses you off more than completing a puzzle, except for one or two pieces that just mysteriously disappeared.
That's only if you're
all that time. So I always tell people, like, the kid, count them first, like, because you know, I don't want to hear you whining later.
Rob, you're being so rude. You're assuming that people can see.
Hey, he can feel. I'm sure he can feel his way all around that puzzle. He's probably already reamed the crap out of that missing piece. Shoot, at this point, he probably owes it a dinner.
Sometimes it's just character to leave one missing piece out of the center of the puzzle.
No.
Just to watch how many
I go
people.
through all that work, I have a hard time taking it apart. I'm always wanting to like glue it on a piece of paper or something. And, it's like kind of tacky, but I just, it's work.
Well, sometimes you have to do it just like cutting the center piece out of the pie and leaving all the crust intact, just to screw with people who have OCD.
It's a great way to get somebody not to like you.
Is that why all the pies that Midnight has have little holes in the very center? I mean, they're real small holes, but it's just
exactly. It's to see who notices and who doesn't, and who complains and who doesn't. As you all heard the wife say, who screams? Because if you have OCD and any of that happens, you are going to be yelling and cussing and screaming and.
Well, I'm not gonna say I have OCD, but I'm pretty funky about things. Like clothes got to be hung the right way or put away the right direction. All the hangers got to go the right way. And I still roll some of my shirts, sock, everything's in order, and that's how it should be, in my opinion. I used to get pissed as a kid when people come over and start messing with your CDs and stuff and get them all out of order,
or in the wrong case.
Dude, not just sliding it back in. Like they'll take something from an A and slide it in down with them, and I'm like, what the hell? So I'm a little funky. But, people like that, I think are good for some, good for certain things. Anything you got to be kind of touchy on. So
yeah, that's called OCD.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And don't even get me started on my toolbox. Like, Jesus Christ, somebody else gets in there, I go, whoo, boy. I don't lose it, but man, it takes me like 2 hours to straighten everything out after a job or two, after somebody's been in there. It's amazing.
And you have to clean every tool.
What's that?
I said, and you have to clean every tool.
Yeah, you should.
Especially if other people, because most of the time,
I don't clean them like that, but I definitely break tools down, clean them off, put some oil on things, and technically I still have tools I bought when I started years ago. So, and then other tool, like I got those tools sitting on a shelf, and then my more modern day tools, but even my old stuff works.
Yeah. So TPC says he's got to bail. He's gonna go to sleep. So have a good night. The poor conservative.
Good evening.
I know the 402 Outdoorsman was saying he was going to attempt to make it on the stream if we're still going when he gets done with his babysitting. So, or toddler sitting of his own kid.
Yeah, I think it's funny. They say opposites attract, and I think that might be true looking around my room. Now that I mentioned my clothing, and then I look at my ladies piled in a basket here, and I'm like, Jesus. Yeah.
Wow. So the wife just showed me a headline that says, Trump supporters counter-protesters violently clash in Olympia, Washington. Shot fired. And we're missing Mr. Foss. He is not here.
Yeah, but I have faith if Foss is going to open fire. I think he's going to get more than one person.
Well, I think it'd be more that it was the counter protesters, so the Antifa and those kind of guys, you know, the pro Biden people that were the ones doing the shooting on the pro Trumpers.
Yeah, it's late in the East Coast, so they should be fighting in Washington D.C. by now. They had a smaller pro-Trump rally than they had a couple weeks ago, but I'd imagine that the people interested in mixing it up are out there now.
I know they had one last night over in D.C. And yeah, but it's only what 8:30 back there, close to 9.
Yeah, 8:40.
Yeah. So they're claiming that the shots were fired by a Proud Boy. I doubt that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't put much faith into anything this soon anyway. Everybody's got their agendas.
Yeah, especially in Washington, there's a lot of those.
I was happy to hear that prosecutor got removed off the McCloskeys.
Yeah.
You guys probably already talked about it at some point, but I mean,
Nope.
that's awesome that a judge like booted her. Like, shit, that's about damn time.
Exactly. I'm kind of surprised it didn't happen, a lot earlier, especially with some of the comments that she had put out, and ordering that a non-functioning firearm be put back into working order. I'm pretty sure that falls under tampering with evidence.
Yeah, besides the whole fact that there really wasn't much to charge him on. You know what I mean? When you look at their state laws and whatnot, especially the guy, I don't think the guy had anything that would have been an issue. The girl pointing a gun at somebody, that should be an issue. I know it damn sure would have been here. But for them to try to push the case like they did, I think is ridiculous. And, it shows a biased and ulterior motives. You know what I mean? Like they're almost like they're trying to be used as pawns in the political game in a sense, which they did in a way, but which obviously shouldn't be the case.
But like with the wife, now, if you look back at some of the video that first came out before they removed those videos, there was 2 people out in the crowd that had magazines in their hands, and there was at least one firearm that was very evident of being out there. So did she have a right to fear for her life and point the firearm? If one's being pointed at you, yeah, I would tend to say you have the right to draw a firearm or, point a firearm back and say, but hers was non-functioning, and she knew that. Now, in that same situation, if you know that your firearm is non-functioning, why the hell are you going to point it? Because if somebody calls your bluff, you're fucked.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But even unless somebody was pointing a firearm at her, I wouldn't see, the cause to be pointing it around, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah.
But, and a fake gun, that's like you said, that's just you're looking to get shot, because some other guy might not have been paying attention, looked up from his phone and thought that you're shooting on the crowd, and then he takes a shot. So it's all a bad deal, you know what I mean? But again, I mean, I don't know. I'm a firm one is, you don't use a gun as a threatening tool. You use it to deal with a problem.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, and I know that the video I had seen before they removed it, there was no, you could clearly see the firearm out in the crowd, but and then within probably 30 minutes of that video being uploaded and out in the crowd for people to see, it was then removed. Like, bam, gone. Why?
If I have to pick a side with all their rights and all their wrongs, and this they did, and this they didn't do, and this they should have did, I'm going to pick the McCloskeys every single time.
Exactly.
Every time. Screw every one of those protesters that were out there, and I wouldn't feel bad if any of them got shot.
You don't run up on people's house threatening people and shit. You don't have to worry about people coming out and pointing real or fake guns at you. So, damn problem. Don't start none, there won't be none. It's pretty damn simple.
Exactly.
I mean, now you look at the stand the ground laws that are in Missouri, and they broke through a closed and locked fence, a gate. They broke through that to gain entrance to that. So they had already committed a crime at that very point. Not only were they just trespassing, but they had already destroyed property, so they were showing intent. So in most states that have like castle doctrine, stand your ground, or anything like that, once intent has been shown, you have your legal right to defend yourself. But again, I am not an attorney, and I cannot give you any kind of legal advice.
What do you guys know about the I haven't watched any videos, but I've heard people kind of talk about it in and out a little bit. It's the raid on Polymer 80, or just whatever that was.
Yep. So the ATF raided Polymer 80. I think that was on Thursday. The information came out Friday.
No, that's the name. Polymer 80 is the name of the company, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So Polymer 80 is like well known for 80% lowers for like your Glocks and stuff like that. And I do believe that they have some 80% kits for like ARs and stuff. I'm not 100% sure about that one, but I do know that they have a bunch of, either serialized or unserialized lowers for your like Glock firearms.
So,
And I do know that they have grip modules for your P320s, P365s, and stuff like that.
did anybody state why they rated them for it? I mean, do they have is there intent? Is there a reason? I heard, they confiscated records, but is that why they want? I mean, are they looking to start knocking on people's door to see if you sold it or still have it, or what? What was the
Why?
point of it? Besides being a pain in the ass, but what was the point of it?
So now they have all the information. They have all those sales records. And so if Biden takes office, he's already threatened that he's going to ban ghost guns. And at that very point, they have the records to see who has bought any kind of 80% frames, either to build your own firearm or whatever. They have all that records. And I know like New York and a couple other states have banned those, and they threatened to sue Polymer 80 if they didn't stop sending those into certain states.
All right, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the reasoning was, but I guess the way things could appear to look, or maybe, I don't know. If Biden does step in there, then yeah, you see that being a problem.
Yep. And see, the thing is if you've bought an 80%, so it's not a firearm, and then you finish it, you're able to do that legally. But if you turn around and then sell that or give it away, or you can then be charged as being manufacturing a firearm and selling it. And Andrew says that Mr. John Crump put out a great article on it by Ammo Land. So he says he did a stream this morning to update on documents he was leaked.
Okay, I heard he was on Budget show yesterday. I'm not sure. I caught it this morning, part of it. So, and he was on there for a minute, stating something about 200 more pages or something like that. Said he had to go through. So I assume that's something more to do with the 80%, I guess, 80% lower. So probably be interested to see then, or see what he's got, what it is. Sounds like a whole lot of pages for more on top of it. Not sure of the number, but he was stating something like 600 pages and now another 200 or something. Like, that's ridiculous. But
yeah, I'm not completely sure because I kind of skimmed through a couple of different videos on it, and so I'm not 100% on there. But my thought would be that if that's, if they've rated them, there's a reason why they rated them. You know, and the only thing I could see is trying to get information on who's buying them.
Well, they didn't shut them down, right?
Nope, they're not.
Okay.
I don't think
must
so.
have been gathering information or fishing for something then, which is concerning, I guess you could state, for anybody who purchased one of those.
So Andrew says, because they say the kit is a gun now, they are going after them for excise tax. Now, the way I have seen it, most of your like polymer 80 guns that they were selling, that were like you call them kits, all it came with was like the frame, and then after I think it was like the second generation or something, they started including the the mold, so that you could drill your pinholes and everything properly, and included the drill bits and everything, so that you would then be able to drill it and cut out what excess plastic needed to be removed to be able to then fit your aftermarket trigger group and parts kits that you would then order from like the Glock store or Brunel's or other places, to then finish your firearm. But I don't think that they actually had a full on, here's the kit, you can buy this and then make your own firearm. Normally you'd have to buy a slide and barrel and your striker. You could buy those aftermarket, but see, yeah, I did not know that they had those kits.
Well, if like Andrew said, if everything comes in the barrel, the fire control group, everything all in one box, you just got to put it together. That sounds to me like bad business deal. Like they were, I get pushing the limits and I get trying to get away with what you can, but that's going to come back and bite you because the only thing you did was just take a gun apart and put it in a box and sell it to somebody.
Now, even with those kits, if a lot of those, you would still have to drill your pinholes, and you'd still have to remove certain plastic and stuff like that to finish off the frame, to then be able to put in your rails and stuff like that, so that you could then add all your lower parts kits and put in your slide and barrel. Now, if they were selling full-on completed frames like what Obnoxious One bought, even he admitted that was a serialized parts, and he had to go through a 4473 at his local FFL.
Okay, G Webs brings up a point. He says a chunk of aluminum is a gun, and maybe my thinking's just wrong on it. But instead of coming up with all these workarounds and workarounds and workarounds, and having to fight the workaround, and then the workaround gets banned, so you come up with another one, wouldn't it be more? Uh, wouldn't it be more advantageous to put all that effort of all these workarounds and fighting workarounds into just fighting the original thing that you're working around? I guess I don't know if it makes sense, but the whole polymer 8 or the 80% and all that kind of stuff, or the pistol brace, and the pistol brace I guess is easier to explain. Instead of coming up with a pistol brace, just stand there and fight against the stupid short barrel rifle and AK pistol and AR pistol laws.
See, I see where you're coming on one point of that, but again, we have the constitutional right to be able to manufacture our own firearms as a private citizen. Now, you cannot turn around and then sell that without having to have, the proper, documents and everything.
They want their
But
tax money most of all. Is what they want out of that sales. They want to be able to make sure that you pay them.
now, like Polymer 80 and some of these other companies, they're all within the law of selling these because, one, they're not a completed firearm. They are following what the ATF has defined as a firearm. And so they are still following your alleged laws, which are still unconstitutional. So it's not that they're going a workaround of a workaround of a workaround. They're following them, and they're, putting out a product that meets the standards that are set.
Yeah, no, and I totally understand all that, but I still think it would be fiscally more advantageous to spend all that money just fighting the stupid first law, as opposed to going around and around and around and around to try to figure out the loopholes, if you will. And I'm not against the loopholes. Screw the ATF. Make every gun that you want. Sell a gun to whoever you think is responsible, and reload all the ammo. I mean, screw the ATF 100%, and all the rest of the government can go with them. I just think it would be better to fight the first law and put all your effort and money toward the first law, as opposed to all the money and time we spent on all these other little tiny stupid laws that we've tried to work around. And I'm not saying I'm right. I might be totally wrong. I might be, but it's just a thought.
And like G-Webs is talking about, is it creates precedent. Some of the things that are being done is showing precedent, showing that. So if you look at some of the winning Supreme Court, decisions, is especially when for 2A is one, is it of common use? Well, how do you get common use without having it out on the market? And so as long as you stay within what is defined, it and get a mass, amount out there, that becomes common use.
I just add, I kind of agree with what Kingpin's saying. It does seem it would be better for the individual all around if we fought the issue instead of, dancing around things. But in, business side of things, I guess you could state, those little workarounds make people money. I mean, that's their niche. They're, it's could be profitable to find that little niche, or like the little braces or whatever the case is, where it's risky, but it's probably very profitable off the jump. So, and then I assume it becomes too much of an issue, a company will just find the next niche. But they're in it, I think for money more so than let's find a way around this for you guys. I think it's let's find a way around this for you guys so we can charge you. But that's this business. It's two different focuses, I guess you could say. But it would be nice if it wasn't an issue as far as you're buying parts or whatever it may be, or if you got a piece of plastic on the back of your gun, it's not an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. So I don't know.
Okay, so we're joined out in the crowd by Artak and Daughters, welcome, and Gizzard Gary out in the crowd, so welcome. This here goes to, okay, the Polymer 80, like being able to build it at home, one, it's not a workaround. You're able to manufacture your own firearm. Any person can manufacture a firearm inside their own home. We're joined.
Go ahead.
We're joined out in the crowd by Blitz, and so if people aren't doing it, then at what point do they say, okay, well, you don't need, spring kits for your AR? The only people that can have those are FFLs to fix your guns. You're no longer able to repair your own firearm at your house, or put together your own AR at your own house, or your own AK, or any kind of thing. Is with then they're going to say, okay, well, we're just going to do away with these because you don't need them.
Yeah, I don't know if you're saying that for my sake, but yeah, I understand all that. It's discussions we've had forever ago or whatever, but I was just trying to point out, I think, people do this because they make money. That's why they do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, and
it's pretty simple.
There's a lot of companies that do, just put out stuff because they can make money. But again, a lot of the newer owners and stuff like that don't understand that we have the right to build our own firearms. And so there's people out there that are going to go, well, I don't even understand why these are, allowed, or why these are illegal. Well, going to a gun store and buying a gun is one thing. Now, building it yourself, you're going to take pride in your finished product. And, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it costs less on some occasions. On other occasions, it can cost you a hell of a lot more to build your own firearm at home and stuff like that. And I'm going to say there's probably 90% of us in the 2A that's right here in this chat that has probably built their own firearm at home.
Well, G-Boy was just touching on it right there a little bit about the fear. And that's one of the things that they'll come at the regular everyday Joe Schmo who's just, trying to do his job and feed his kids and play with the dog on a weekend, is it's unsafe for somebody to build a gun at home. You need a licensed gunsmith in a factory that has regulations and oversight. It's so dangerous. And then they're going to mass produce these guns and sell them to crack dealers on the street. It's going to be chaos. You know, and normal people hear that kind of stuff and they're like, "Yeah, whoa, I don't want to hear chaos. That's terrible. I don't want crack dealers to have guns." And I'm, you know, guns go bang. I don't think somebody should just build one in their garage.
Yeah, and they use that all the time, especially with calling them, oh, they're ghost guns, they're untraceable. Well, one, not a single firearm in the United States is supposed to be traceable. That means that if it's traceable, that means there's a registry. And that right there is a violation of the laws. There's already been plenty of court rulings that state you cannot have a registry. You know, you can't register fire. They're not supposed to be able to register firearms. Now, every single one of us understands that a 4473 is exactly that. It is a registry. It has the serial number, it has the make and everything of that firearm on a document that is being kept, and the ATF can go and look at that at any point in time that they really want.
The Maryland State Police have a website that you have to go through in order to buy a gun, and every single gun that I bought through an FFL is on there. So right now, all a person's got to do at the police station is type my name into the computer, and they see every gun that I own, every serial number when I bought it, everything about it.
And see, that's technically not supposed to be able to be done. But yes, it happens. And I know there's a lot of cases that have been put in front of many a different courts trying to get this kind of stuff to be taken away. You know, like being able to dox any CCW holder. You know, a lot of, like, California has done it where newspaper companies have said, hey, we want every CCW holder in San Francisco, you know, we want their name, address, and blah, blah, blah.
Here with me, with where I'm at, I should say, any handgun I purchase has to get okayed through the sheriff's department and added to my permit, basically. So if you came here and we went out and went shooting and I had your gun and you had mine and the police rolled up, it technically wouldn't be an issue. But if we separated somehow and, I don't know, we're looking for somebody or something, I have no idea, whatever the case is, then it would be a crime because the guns aren't on the permits, you know. So so you can't like borrow a gun or anything like that. Basically they have it as a registry. So, and there's no way around that here in my area, unfortunately. Thankfully it's only for handguns, which, you know, I should say thankfully it doesn't include long guns. That's just the standard 4473. But and they also had an option where I could opt out, so therefore nobody can publicly find my records. So like the newspaper can't print it out or whatever or whatnot, supposedly.
Yeah, so Andrew says, am I doxing myself when I open carry? Well, you know, depending on how you want to look at it, you could say yes, because people could then say, okay, well, this guy has a firearm. And if they were, you know, a scared little pussy, they could then try following you home and then publishing your, you know, your address and stuff like that. Now, how many people are actually going to go ahead and try to do all of that? That, you know, that's a whole different thing. So, no, just because you're open carrying doesn't mean that you're doxing yourself. But when a third party decides to go and put your entire information out on the internet, or in a printed newspaper or in a magazine, you know, that's a whole different thing because you're not voluntarily giving that information.
Plus, doxing is done for a specific purpose and with direct intent to harm.
Hmm.
That's the only reason it's done. It's not for information. It's not for credibility. It's only to bring harm to that person some way, somehow. Whether it's prank phone calls, your house gets egged, somebody attacks you in your driveway, whatever the deal might be, it's all just the intent is harm behind it.
Or trying to provoke you into using that firearm so that then you end up in prison and you lose your rights. Or maybe you work for a liberal company that sees your name in the newspaper or whatever and says, you know what, yeah, we don't like that you own a firearm, so you no longer work here.
I can't open carry in New York State, so I don't have too much on that. I do know I would be cautious if I could, because all it really takes here is an accusation. So if you did bump across one of them, you know, one of those people, and they create a scene or this and that, if they can describe the gun, even though I'm open carrying, it's likely a chance that they're going to say I was trying to menace somebody or something like that if it comes down to my word against theirs and no cameras. So, because of course the guy with the gun's got to be doing something wrong. I know personally, or neighbors, things like that. Like I don't advertise, because all it would take is for somebody to say, he threatened me with his Smith & Wesson shield that I just showed him the other day when we were barbecuing. Everything was fine. And even though it could be beaten, I'd still be sitting in jail until I go to court. So,
Yep.
I'd just rather avoid all that.
So the thing now, like, I am pro open carry, and there's reasons why I especially in our day and time that we're in. Yeah, I understand that there's going to be people that are going to, try to do whatever in certain areas, and they're going to try to use whatever law to, because of their feelings. But again, if you think about what it used to be, there was never a problem with people open carrying, No one was, screaming and crying because, oh no, my feelings. Well, kind of, in my opinion, fuck your feelings. Your feeling, my rights don't end where your feelings begin. And so, unless more and more people are open carrying in areas where you can legally open carry, again, I'll say that again. If you can open carry and it's not against the law, if we can get people desensitized to the fact that there are law-abiding, non-threatening people open carrying firearms, and we can get that back into the norm, then we can help other areas. And, it would be better for everybody. That's, again, my opinion.
I think one of the conversation circles that when this topic comes up is you make yourself a target, and that doesn't make any sense because you carry a gun to defend yourself. So whether it's concealed or not, you'd figure if it's not concealed and somebody can see it, no idiot's going to come and attack you for your gun. Now, if you are in a position to where a group of people are coming after you because they know you got a gun, you've probably already pulled that gun and maybe even fired a couple rounds already. So just walking through the store, no one's going to sneak up behind you and grab you and take your gun from you. That just maybe once or twice that's happened ever. And if you want to break it down to tell me who that happened to and how old they were and how much did they weigh, what other kind of situations. But a G23, a Nighthawk Medic, a G-Webs, a Rich White, a Midnight Range, Rob, bunch of fit, young guys, you're not just going to walk up on Rich White and rip his gun away from him. Midnight Range, you're not just going to walk up on that giant dude and just take his gun away from him. It's not going to. Andrew Faulkner, he's a big, strong guy. You're not just going to walk up on him and take his gun away from him.
I wouldn't think it's likely. I'll put it that way. In most people's situations and stuff, I wouldn't see that being likely. But I do know, people have tried removing police officers' firearms a few times, usually in a scuffle or this or that. So in that sense, out of sight, out of mind, they probably wouldn't be reaching for it if they didn't see it. So, I mean, there's a few ways of looking at it, but you're like what you're saying, you're probably more likely to get in a car accident before it happens. But anything's possible.
So if we're going fisticuffs, and it goes to the ground, I guarantee you your gun is going to either print or your shirt or, whatever garment you have covering it is going to come up and somebody is going to see that firearm, period.
Possibly. But it could start out something small and it's a little shoving thing and, starts off small. And I don't know. I mean, you can any reason you want for whatever you want, I guess. I'm just stating it is possible and it has happened. It's probably not very likely. But,
like when I open carry, I have a level 2 retention holster. So, it's kind of pretty much like what law enforcement uses. You have that extra lock. So not only do you have the retention from the Kydex holster, but you have a lock on there. So yeah, you have to do one extra step before you can draw your firearm. But again, practice. You're able to, it just becomes muscle memory. Hit the release, draw your firearm. And
I think they just wait around a corner and club your ass when you were least expecting it, and then just take it off from you where you're knocked the hell out, plus your wallet and whatever else, if they really want it. But that's not going to happen in most places.
Situational awareness. And if you're putting yourself into a situation where
everybody can be got it. So,
yep.
I mean, your wife could be asking you a question when you come out of the store, and the next thing you know, you're got it. It's that simple. So, I mean, yes, that is true situation awareness, but I guarantee every day you're walking around with a gun on your hip, you're not looking around 360 like a spy that sees everything. I mean, something, a buddy says hi or this or that, you could be distracted, and that's the time it takes. Again, I'm not trying to cause a problem or whatever, but you can't say it can't be. It's never that's bullshit. Or you got your drunk asshole cousin that's like, give me that shit, I'll show you something, and he damn near puts one in your leg. It happens. It may not be often, but it happens.
Yep. There's situations that can happen anywhere. And yeah, you're exactly correct. But the likelihood of it is a whole different. And so Earth says, I wish I could open carry, but there is no open carry in Florida. At least we are a shall issue CCW. Now, yes and no on that statement. So, no, they're technically not an open carry, but as long as you're involved in hunting, fishing, camping, or heading to the range, you are allowed to open carry. And to get more information on that and the exact like laws on that, I know Solo Yacker does a lot of videos about open carrying in Florida, and he goes all over the state of Florida open carrying. So I would definitely say go ahead, give him a check, and if you, he can also help with some of the open carry organizations that are down there, and point you in the right direction on, if you want to join some of those open carry organizations. So, and that is also, just doing those, or and making the, what, I'm gonna open carry, and yeah, I understand that I may get harassed by the law because of this, but you're definitely covered under it. And to again bring that back to trying to desensitize the anti-gunners, or maybe not their anti-gunner, but the people that don't quite understand that yes, you're able to do that in certain situations, and yes, this is should be more part of the everyday America. I would say if you have a chance, do it. As long as you're not violating any laws, because you don't want to lose your ability to protect your family and to be able to protect yourself. That has to be first and foremost. Second has to come, are you comfortable enough to do that? Are you, willing to, print out the law that states, yes, I can open carry under these situations, in case you have that officer that comes up and says, hey, you're violating the law. And you can say, no, officer, here's the documents.
Well, I get that a lot because of living in Maryland. People are like, screw them laws. I'm just going to carry anyway. I don't care. If I live in Maryland, I do what I want. But it doesn't do me any good to just say, screw the carry laws in Maryland. Because I know people say it and I get it, but I live pretty much a life in a tunnel.
Yeah.
So I know that there's really hardly any chance in my daily life that I'm going to come across somebody that I'm going to need to use my gun on. The random thing that might happen out in public, I get it, but I don't go out in public to random places, so I minimize that by a lot. For me to screw that and throw my gun on tomorrow morning when I leave the house, if I get pulled over for having a headlight out, there goes everything. I've just thumbing my nose at the system at that point in time did nothing but get me banned from guns in Maryland and charged with felonies.
Yeah, and see, and that's where I say don't put yourself in a situation like that. Now, if you're able to, still follow what the laws are, that's a whole different thing. But if there is absolutely, like in New York, I know New York, California do not have any chance of being able to open carry. There's zero chance you're going to open carry. Now, to go and open carry and be a responsible, gun advocate or 2A advocate, or just a responsible gun owner, firearm owner. That's not being responsible.
And see, there, like Maryland, there's zero chance you're getting an open carry. It's banned. Open carry's banned unless you're got a job. But with the fact that when you sign up for the purchase permit in Maryland, which is called the HQL, there's a little tiny loophole if you know about it. And it's called collector status. So in Maryland, you can only buy one handgun a month or 30 days.
Mhm.
And you can't carry it anywhere at all except for directly where you're going or directly to a range or a gun store or something like that. You can't just like have it in the trunk of your car, even if it's locked up and unloaded and all that kind of stuff, and ride around all day with it. But if you got what's called collector status, you get to buy a gun every 8 days because there's a 8-day waiting period, and you can transport your gun around with you anywhere you want. But it's still got to be unloaded and locked and all that kind of crap. But that's the kind of the one workaround, like we were talking about earlier, the stupid workarounds that people got to do as opposed to fighting the main law. And that's one of them. You get collector status in Maryland, and you can buy more guns in a month, and you can transport your handgun, around with you. But it still has to be unloaded and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, and see, and I would never advocate that somebody should put themselves in a situation where they're going to lose, where they have the ability to lose everything. Nowhere is that a smart idea.
Well, I think if you feel like if I felt like when I left my house tomorrow, my life was in danger, screw all Maryland laws. I'm taking my gun with me. But I just don't feel that way. And if you feel
Yeah.
that way, whether you live in New York, California, the moon, or wherever, if you feel you need to bring a weapon with you because your life is clearly in danger when you leave your house, take one and take that risk. But if I feel super duper confident that none of my customers are going to come downstairs and start shooting at me in their own house.
Yep.
At least until all the work is done, they got to pay for it. Then I might.
When that bill comes due. Yeah, and I honestly would love to see, constitutional carry in all 50 states. I would love to see every single anti-2A bill completely taken away. The likelihood that that's ever going to happen in my lifetime is slim. Now, does that mean that we just have to say, let's not try fighting this? Let's not try going after the laws like you were saying? No, we need to go and attack those laws. And when I say attack those laws, we need to, go after them legally to get them overturned, to get that stuff removed. And it seems more and more, the louder you are, the more you're being listened to. Now, taking to the streets and yelling and screaming that the gun laws, are unconstitutional and need to be overturned with I say, yeah, we should be doing that all the damn time. I see we're joined out in the crowd by Mike. Welcome. And, we need to figure a way to get more and more people to harass their politicians, and say, we want our rights. We're sick and tired of you taking our stuff. You know, I maybe it's the only way we're ever gonna get anything done is by kind of stealing some of the opposition's weapons. Now, I am not, and I not advocating
That's a felony.
and will never advocate any kind of breaking the law. I'm not saying going out and rioting. I'm not saying going out and burning or looting. That's nowhere am I saying any of that. But
No, he just wants to go steal Antifa's guns.
I never said that, did I? What if we're out yelling and screaming, and we're not, we're being peaceful about it, and we're not out there punching people in the face just because we could, and we're just out there, saying, making noise and making people aware that we're there, and we're just fed up, and we're not gonna, keep allowing you to, keep us hidden in our house and not go out and speak our minds.
Well, I think one of the things that we miss on our side of the things is we are the country. We are the United States. Black Lives Matter and Antifa, the people who can spend 150 days in Portland burning one city down, they're not productive members of society. When they leave the workforce or whatever for 150 days, nobody misses them at all. But if Rob and the rest of the construction workers in New York, like Paul and Curious and different stuff like that, didn't go to work for 150 days and hung out in front of the State House, everything's going to come to a grinding halt when the diner owner is closed because they're down at the State House for 150 days. Oh, but how's the diner going to pay its bills? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Nobody ever said this was going to be easy. Nobody ever said it wasn't going to be painful at times. But they get away with it. Why can they burn DC down and rip statues down? Because Rob went to work today. Somebody's still getting it done. G Webs went to work today. G went to work today. Andrew Faulkner, Rich, everybody went to work today. Everybody paid their taxes today. But if we decided, well, okay, we're just going to set up an autonomous zone in our state capitol buildings and we'll leave in a month. Well, I got kids. I got the, okay, I get it. I'm sure George Washington had some kids too, or Thomas Jefferson or somebody. Some of them people probably had kids. There's probably people over in Iraq right now and Afghanistan that got kids.
Yep. And Warsaw Patriot says at G23, what also pisses me off is that people and the government are blindly disrespecting and dishonoring those who fought and died for our rights. Our service members, police did not die for nothing. Our country is such a bureaucracy. Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about. And I don't know, we can talk about this till we're blue in the face and everything. And so, like, I work in food manufacturing. If we in the food manufacturing didn't show up to work for 10 days, 20 days, every single person in the United States is going to completely understand what's going on, because you're not going to have food in the grocery stores.
And they've tried. They've tried those stupid protests too. A couple of years ago with the day without, gay left-handed Latinos, and nobody noticed except for all the news coverage. But if a day without all factory workers, a day without all bus drivers, a day without all line cooks at the Waffle House.
Yep. You know, if we, the working class, said, you know what, we're just not going to go to work for 10 days. The truck drivers just shut down their semis and say, you know what, we're not going to move a single thing in the United States for 10 days. Factory workers say, you know what, we're not going to go to work for 10 days. Construction guys say, hey, we're not going to work on your house for 10 days. Everybody would then start freaking out. Because those 10 days, yeah, you may be able to make it through those 10 days. But it's the 30, 60, 90 days after that it's going to take to catch up for everyone missing those 10 days.
Yeah, I think that we have a whole lot more power in a whole lot more different ways than we think. Talk about everybody talks about the 4 boxes. I think a bunch of people are trying to grab the ammo box when the first sign of trouble shows up, and that's the last one we grab.
Yep. I would love to see, if, say Biden gets in and he does this shutdown that he's been talking about for 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. Now, I guarantee you, he is not going to shut every single thing down. Because if he was to do that, the repercussion would be so horrible that it would put the United States into a greater depression than the Great Depression.
Well, the jacked up part is just like they've already done. The DC mayor, let all the people come in for the John Lewis's funeral or Ruth Bader Ginsburg's funeral, and gave them all COVID passes. You don't have to quarantine. You don't have to be tested. You don't have to social distance. Rob's boy up there in New York, Cuomo, gave the VMAs or the MTV Music Awards the same type of pass. Out there in California, Governor Newsom shut a restaurant down and allowed the movie studios to put up a food tent directly across the street.
Well, if he was my boy, I'd have him working at Arby's or something. Wouldn't have him in government.
And like Patriot in the Dark was talking about, that they may go and get scab laborers. See, that's only if people are willing to work. Now, you've got a bunch of the Antifa and the BLM and all these guys that they're not going to go to work, period. They make more money out there, rioting and stuff, because some of those guys are getting paid quite well to be out there.
You're not going to be able to get rid of the scabs. I mean, that's fine, sure. But hey, Rob's going to build your house. He's going to frame it up. He's got his own tools. He's got his own crew. He's been framing for 25 years, and he's not going to come to work today. So we'll grab these guys from Home Depot and get them to frame our house. Come talk to me in 5 years when your house is falling apart. That's not gonna. That kind of stuff's not going to ride anyway. McDonald's will be able to pick up employees off the street. But there's a whole lot of skilled technicians and skilled laborers out there that you can't just replace just off the bat. Not to mention the fact if you think you're going to go get a bunch of illegal immigrants, the illegal immigrants on the East Coast get paid just as much as all the top guys do. This isn't California where they're picking tomatoes for 12 hours a day for a penny a tomato. Carpenters, landscapers, drywall guys, painters, all those illegal immigrants over here get paid top dollar.
Shoot, in a way, I've already had to deal with that. Not in the exact way, but I've had people get offers, and then a week later they're calling me back to fix it because they screwed up or robbed them or something. So, and it's usually in some cases when it comes to trade work and stuff, it cheap isn't any cheaper in the long run. It's a lot of times you end up paying more. So, definitely, I can see there being a quality issue with replacements coming in, but I'm just wondering here, it seems like, yes, you're right. People should take a hardship for things if need be. But, maybe it seems like if everybody just stopped going to work, we're just kind of punishing ourselves in a way. I would almost state, I don't know, maybe continue to go to work, but do something else or don't do something else. I don't know what per se. But I don't have a good solution. So I was thinking if everybody didn't go to work, but everybody else or do something else, but that didn't necessarily require, a complete shutdown on top of COVID and all this. Well, on the other shutdowns, shutdowns are why we're in this to begin with, a lot of us. So, what's already affected small business and things like that. So, I like the idea. I'm with it in a sense. I just don't know if there would be something that would be more effective to the people we actually want it to affect.
But yeah, I mean, I agree. I just kind of threw out the stop going to work because it just popped into my head as an idea. But that's what these conversations are about. Is my idea was the first idea out there, and it had a whole bunch of holes in it. So let's fill in them holes as we go. Because you're right, especially under the coronavirus, shutting down your business unless you get everybody to do it, unless you got a massive amount of people to do it. If it's just you and two other companies, then you guys are just going to go out of business. But if you can get 30, 40, 50 companies with, a couple hundred guys, a couple thousand guys or whatever to do it, the other thing is don't pay your taxes. But then, there's all kinds of flaws in not paying your taxes but we've got to
Yeah, I was
figure
going to
out
offer
some
that,
kind
but that's
of
twice
get
a
these
year
people to
too,
do
and there's a lot of people that don't even. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
No, I was going to throw that out as possibly an idea. For some people twice a year, for some people once a year, depending what your situation is. So that's not anything where it's going to be immediate. Like we showed you something this week, you know what I mean? So in a sense, so that's I don't know, but that's kind of like I was thinking, like not feed the system in some way and just starve them out, until they start complying, which would be like we're not paying tax, we're not, you're not working for us anymore, so you just went solo type deal or something. I don't know. Obviously, that's going to have consequences and harms as well.
That's one of the things that you do is and have a planning. Like just make believe that this is the planning session. We've decided we're not going to go to work for 10 days. It's not like tomorrow we're going to start that. We can say in 2 months, on the 2nd of the month in February, we're all going to take off for the rest of February. And that way you can plan up, you can save money, you can stock up or whatever you need to do, as opposed to this, okay, we've made a decision, tomorrow we're going to do it.
Exactly. And to go off that, like with like the tax situation. So a lot of the businesses, you're only paying taxes on profit and your payroll taxes. Well, if you don't have any employees because you've shut your company down for 30 days, you're not paying them wages. And if you are a business owner, you're not making a profit because your company is not running. So that would hurt that situation. But again, you're also affecting, customers and stuff like that. Yeah, you could end up screwing yourself in the long run by, irritating customers. But again, and like, Kingpin was saying, is if there was a big old plan, then, and everybody's on page, that, hey, this is what's going to happen. And so, we can prepare and have, enough food on hand. We can, save up so that our bills are still being able to be paid, so that we're not homeless. We don't lose our car, blah, 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 and everything. That, that would be a way of going about that. So then all you're doing is you're affecting the people, like your government, and you're affecting, the people that you really don't give a crap about, as in the like BLM, your Antifa, your anti, your opposition. Now you're trying to bring them to their knees, and that's the whole reason why you do any of those, like unions, and they do walkouts. Well, yeah, a company, if it was a union company and everybody doesn't show up and they're out there picketing, yeah, they may get some scab labor,
Yeah,
but
you need something bigger than that. Bigger than
yeah,
a union going on strike, to make a
yeah,
statement. It'd have to be
yeah,
something
yeah,
significant. So I think we'd
yeah,
have better luck just throwing black mask on, go down there and act like we're one of those idiots, and then convince them to burn down a third of the government buildings, and then we can write a letter and say, "Ha ha, it was us, and we used your fools against you."
yeah.
Get off our ass, and we're not paying to fix it or something. I don't know.
Now, if again, I've talked about this before, and some people have like, well, if we were able to convince, like Black Lives Matter, that all the gun laws were completely racist, and put in effect to keep the black man down, or black, person down, from ever being able to own firearms or being able to exercise their rights and stuff like that, and convince them to do our dirty work for us without, us saying, okay, go burn something down, because then we're putting ourselves into a situation where we could be charged criminally.
That's not gonna work though, because you can't. I mean, at least with the ones next door to me, you can't talk any sense into that. All you can do is direct them and manipulate and use to your will, in a sense. It comes down to basically what the other people are doing. So you're talking about taking people's tactics or whatever, but good luck. I mean, when you got blood, yeah.
Now,
I'm starting to robot there, Rob.
yeah, Rob, you're roboting pretty hard.
All right.
So now, if you look at like the NFA, you go back to the original intent. Yes, it was intended to keep, people that were poor or didn't make a whole lot of money for being able to get, anything on the NFA, because that's the reason why it was at $200. And so back then in that time, $200 was a hell of a lot of money.
Well, one thing that you gotta be sure about is Black Lives Matter doesn't care about black people at all. So that's a strike right there against that. They're not gonna. You could tell them anything you want about black people being oppressed or whatever. And they don't give a crap. They sure as hell don't care about black people. But I think you might have to actually entertain, like you were saying, you don't want to piss off your customer base. I think you might have to entertain that maybe it's time to piss off the customer base. Make John Q. Public and Jane Q. Public a little bit angry about what's going on. Now I get it. Black Lives Matter's done that, and instead of at the beginning of it, when everybody was like, "Yeah, Black Lives do matter," of course, now everyone hates Black Lives Matter because they see what they do and how they are. So we don't want to fall down that trap to where we make the general public angry at us, but we want to make the general public uncomfortable so they see, hey, what the hell's going on? But it's a delicate balance because if you make them angry at you, you've lost them, and they're going to be against you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why I was saying, you want to keep it. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a hell of a lot of time, but if we were able to shut it down for 10 to 20 days, that would be enough uncomfortability for everybody in the United States and a lot of other places also. Because, like, I know the company I work at now, we ship down to Guatemala, we ship over to Australia, we ship to Canada. So, yeah, we would also be affecting companies like that. But that, sometimes it's just a small price you have to pay. And, like, shipping outside of the States, if you're shipping with, like, us, when we ship to Australia, we know that product is going to be on a boat for 3 months. So you figure they've ordered, and so they've got at least 3 or 4 months worth of product heading to them. So they would be okay,
Well, if that happened, let's just say you're all happy sitting around on like day 5. Everybody's not working now, or everybody stopped to prove this point. And I don't know. You drop a jar of pickles or something, slice your foot, fall back, bust your head. You need stitches. You're all messed up. Pick up the phone, call 911, and they're like, "Dude, nobody's here for 5 more days. Call us back." And then you try to call an Uber, and they're like, "Oh shit, that ain't gonna happen." So then you get out in your car, but guess what? You didn't put any gas in it because you weren't planning on going anywhere. So now, will you make it to the hospital? I don't know, with a concussion and bleeding foot. And then when you get there, there's a note on the door that says, "See you in 5 days."
Yeah, I told you.
There's a lot of services when you say everything. I mean,
That's why
house fires aren't going to wait for 10 days.
That's why you plan ahead, dude. Come on. You get 2 extra.
Well, yeah, that's
what
I'm talking about, the stored pickles and everything.
You get 2 extra half gallons of Captain Morgan's. So when you cut your foot on the pickle jar, you wrap it up in a sock and get drunk and pass out. Duh.
Yeah, you'll bleed to death quicker. Right.
Come on, man.
I mean, They're
I get it. Why take the time? Don't wait 3-4 days, die on the last day from an infection. Just get that shit over with.
That's
I'm
right.
with you.
Get it done.
but if you're gonna plan ahead, and we say like Kingpin was saying is we got the agreement. Okay, we're gonna shut down for 20 days in 3 months. That gives you 3 months to take stop the bleed training, first aid CPR. You should already be doing this if you're a 2A or a gun owner. Is you should know how to stop the bleed. You should have a med kit.
So everybody that gets in an accident or falls down the stairs in those 20 days should know how to do their own
Yep.
MRIs and all that stuff.
Absolutely. Totally. If you need
Okay.
hey, that's up in the brain surgery, because if something happens and you need to cut your cranium open, you need to be able to look in the mirror and pick at your own brain. Come on now, be prepared.
All right. I'd like to consider myself a MacGyver, but some things I don't know.
Hey, if you got a roll of duct tape and a multi-tool, there's nothing you can't do.
Sometimes you can just use super glue. To then seal the wound as like a liquid stitch. So yeah, and unfortunately, guess what? Sometimes people die. It's not, what you want, but sometimes it happens.
Just think, maybe that person
You
didn't fall
sound
down.
like Fauci now. You're like, just let people go or whatever. It don't even matter. 20 days. I want to prove my point. Damn it.
Maybe
Die, Grandma.
maybe some of those people were pushed.
The hell with your dialysis.
You wouldn't have to shut down the medical situation to be able to prove your point.
Well, for 20 days, if the gas stations are closed, the doctors ain't got enough gas to get back and forth to the hospitals for 20
But
days.
if they had pre-warning that this stuff was going to happen,
Then what's the point?
they could,
You can't. But that's what I mean. You can't call Donald Trump and be like, "Hey, Mr. President, we're going to shut down the country for 2 months, so get ready." You got to keep that information tight.
yeah, on. But most hospitals have, areas where, doctors and nurses and stuff are able to sleep and on site.
I've seen those shows. They don't sleep. They all hang out in that back coat room or closet room, whatever the heck it is there, that spare medical storage room, and getting busy up in there. That's what they do. They take turns in there.
And
That's on every doctor show there is. Like half the time they're talking personal shit, and then they just work a miracle up, and then they go get busy in the closet.
I've worked in a lot of hospitals all over Maryland, DC, Virginia, Delaware. You're not really far from the truth on that, dude. Like hospitals, there's some kinky stuff that goes on at hospitals. All of them are mixed up with each other. It's kind of close. It's not as production level as television, but it's pretty close.
It kind of makes sense. Because it seems like nurses always like to flirt for some reason. And I know they, that's part of their job, not their job, but they're supposed to be nice. And a lot of places will like insist that if you see somebody, you say hi, all that type of stuff. But you can tell the difference. But uh, I told my boy he should have went and got a job at the hospital, but he didn't listen. So, man, I don't know.
Earth says electricity, water, utilities, food for patients. You'd be surprised if a lot of people, haven't worked in the medical field and stuff. There is backup generators that are able to run at least 60% of every hospital. Every one of those red plugs that are in a hospital, that are in a nursing home, that are in any of those kind of facilities, those are all on a backup generator that is designed to switch on after like 10 seconds of the power being off. And those are all run on like natural gas, stuff like that, that's still going to keep flowing. Unless you had some major situation that stopped that kind of stuff. But that's just not going to, happen. And a lot of,
So you're
and
saying the guys at the gas company and power company, they still got to go to work?
Just because they're not at work doesn't mean that automatically stops working.
Yeah, I don't know if you could trust those systems unmanned. I mean, even the water treatment plant, every once in a while they got to add chemicals, flush pipes, there's maintenance, all that stuff.
I see we have Nighthawk Medic who must be back from his woman time.
Yeah, we just watched Elf, and I get back, and you guys are talking about shutting the country down. What's going on?
Sorry. The thing is if you weren't here for the planning stage,
I'm excluded from it.
G's got his whole death panel thing going on tonight.
So I think what I hear is planned disobedience of some type. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, some idiot came up with the idea of not going to work, and we just been tearing that idea apart.
Well, so remember, so somebody the other day told me that all socialism is bad, and I had to point out to him that you accept certain levels of socialism every single day, right? So by definition, the ambulance service, the fire service, the police service, all of these things are some form of socialism, not destroy the country level socialism, but there's some form of socialism, right? We all contribute equally in theory to have those services made available equally to everybody. So I like the idea of a walkout, if you will, of certain types of things, but I think the concept of not going to work to do it is backwards. So I say you go to work, but you don't pay taxes. And so if you have several million people put themselves in as not paying taxes and then don't pay taxes, well, the IRS isn't going to go after several million Americans, and it will begin to cripple the federal government. So you have to be strategic about it. So everybody go in and claim full exception on all of their taxes. Yeah, there's going to be problems from that, but it's not a logistical nightmare like trying to shut down hospitals and power plants and all those things would be.
Now, the thing is there's still payroll taxes, and
okay, you ain't gonna run the federal government on payroll taxes, man.
So they're gonna take, and it wouldn't even take having to shut down the entire, country. Every company in the United States wouldn't have to shut down under this. I guarantee you it would only take three industries in the United States to cripple the United States.
Dude, just
So-
stop paying taxes.
If H&R Block was empty from January through April and then again next year, they'd pay attention super fast.
Real super fast. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
go to work every day. Get the money to feed your babies. Get the money to do what you should do. But just get enough people to stop paying taxes and it's over. They
Mhm.
will pay attention real quick. And this is not some process by which there will be no casualties, okay? There are going to be some problems, but there is no way the IRS keeps up with several million Americans who just elect to stop paying taxes all of a sudden. Okay. And they're going to pay attention to the demands of those people. But the problem comes again to nobody's really interested in doing anything about this. Right. So I just gave you a nearly foolproof manner by which the federal government would pay attention to your demands. And there are people in the chat right now, and I'm not looking at the chat, who are thinking to themselves or are openly saying, that's crazy, here is why, and we would never do that. And it's because we don't actually want to change what's happening. We just want to say we want to change what's happening, and we want to do it in a way that magically does not inconvenience us in any way at all. And so it's the same thing. It's why the Republicans wanted to get rid of Donald Trump too, because they like to pretend they don't like what's going on, at least in the face of their voters, but ain't nobody making as much crooked money with Donald Trump in the presidency. And so the Republican Party is pushing to get him out just as much as the Democrats are pushing to get their person in. So
Nancy Pelosi and Lindsey Graham are getting drunk together tonight.
I'm sure.
See, and the thing, I'm not saying that there has, in any, I don't know how to really, sometimes discomfort is necessary and is not always what everyone would agree upon, but with the proper amount of discomfort to a large portion of people, it's going to get your point across a lot quicker than if you stopped like your taxes, because taxes, that's going to take kind of a ways before it's going to have that trickle down effect.
Trickle down effect. I'm not interested in the general human suffering. I'm interested in the federal government going, holy crap, people have stopped paying taxes in mass. We have effed up. How do we fix this?
Yeah, I like that.
Let me tell you what.
I like that better than like what he's stating, in a sense. Everybody stops for 20 days, even if it is certain things. Now with COVID, I mean, people are, that's everybody's fighting to get back to work, not
Yeah.
to get out of work.
If 4 million people in this country suddenly claim themselves tax exempt, the federal government would notice that immediately. Because what happens when you go and you do that is a form is sent to the IRS that says you have claimed yourself exempt status. All right. And the IRS stops having your employer withdraw that tax money. And so you would, that would be an astounding thing. Somebody would go, holy hell, 4 million people have just claimed exempt from taxes. So that's, let's look at that money. That's 4 million people claim exempt from taxes. If that's what, 13,000 a piece, you're talking close to $1 billion. Somebody do the math. I don't do math in public very well. That they would take notice of that real quick. And if you got 4 million to do it, it probably wouldn't be hard to get 8 to do it. But it comes back to not impacting you and me. We've suffered enough, man. They've hurt us plenty with COVID-19.
See, the
They've
thing is,
hurt us plenty.
a lot of people talk about, others, and it sucks. There's a bunch of companies that were shut down, and a lot of people that haven't been able to or weren't able to work. But your major life support in the United States was never touched during the entire, COVID situation. Now, when they told people, okay, we're going to shut down, a bunch of these businesses and for COVID, your essential workers, as they referred to them, your food manufacturing, uh, your truckers, um, medical staff, all those people were all required to work the entire time.
Dude, they fired 32 nurses at my local hospital. One hospital fired 32 nurses when COVID-19 started because they were getting $2,700 every time they put COVID-19 on a chart. They stopped doing surgery and started firing people.
Yep. They're
So, I mean, yeah, if you're sitting in a state that did not lose their mind over this, then you probably came out very well. In a lot of states, this has had a huge impact on local economies. And so, like I said, in my opinion, and I'll drop it here, but don't punish the irregular American worker. Don't punish the guy who needs to have a coronary bypass or the gal that needs to have surgery because her ovaries are about to explode. Punish the federal government for doing the shit that's pissing you off. And the way to do that is stop giving them money. And when you stop giving them money and enough people doing it, they'll wake up real quick. But I'm done.
I completely agree, with the shutting of the taxes and stuff.
That is civil disobedience at its best.
Yep. And nobody ends up dead because of busted pickle jar.
You got it, buddy.
Outcast is more worried about his pickles than he's worried about getting his gun rights back.
Hey, man, he said 20 days. That means I'm going to have to cut in the stock. So,
Yeah, that sucks,
make a
dude.
good snack.
Yeah, might as well.
I was just giving you a scenario. So, of course, worst case scenario, all the people you're trying to upset, they got closet loads of everything anyway after this last rush of all this stuff. They probably stocked up, had their people go out and buy a whole apartment full of crap just to have as their pantry.
I got another idea. How about every gun owner in America at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then you guys can figure out the math in your lesser time zones. Go out and fire a shot into the air.
That crossed my mind earlier, but it should be like a shot to the ground because you got everybody out there shooting in the air. That's going to be a problem.
Safety Sally, ruin all my fun. Safety
Let's not
Sally.
have a Middle Eastern marriage.
So Defense Dad says, FYI, folks, Primary Arms is having a Blem sale on optics.
Dude, I just bought 3 optics today, and now Defense Dad gets on and tells me that. Big gummit.
Somebody forward that link to Patriot.
I bought 3 brand new optics today.
Cancel your order.
No, I mean, walked in, bought them, and walked out.
Return.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it right now.
I don't know. I still need to go pick up a red dot for my rock slide.
I put a red dot on this AR-12 or one of the sight marks. The last one that I bought of this model, I tried to shake it to pieces and it didn't even flip. So I'm excited to see how it does on this AR-12. This thing has a recoil buffer spring. It literally looks like they took an AR-10 and built a shotgun out of it. It's got a buffer spring 1.5 feet long. I'm excited to shoot it.
See, I've been really stuck on getting a Holosun 507C version 2. Just because I like now on the version 2 where they put the battery tray on the side of it so you don't have to take the optic off to replace the battery.
That's pretty cool.
So you'd be able to replace the battery without having to re-zero your red dot.
What a novel idea.
So
What exactly is an AR-12?
It's a 12 gauge that is on the AR-15 platform. It's actually, this for all the world looks like an AR-10 that's been modified to accept shotgun rounds.
I've never heard it called an AR-12. I've always just referred to those as AR shotguns, or a lot
The
of people have always called
nomenclature
them
of
box
this
head.
is an AR-12.
Okay.
That is the actual nomenclature of the weapon.
Cool.
And it operates exactly like an AR-15 or an AR-10 would. Like I said, it literally feels in the hand like somebody took an AR-10 and modified it to accept 12 gauge rounds. The buffer spring, the buffer tube, all that stuff is the same in it.
see, that does sound pretty interesting.
Really? Are you sure
But-
about that?
But I'm not gonna. I'm still not gonna. I'm still not gonna go get an AR.
I'm telling you, when you're walking around the post-apocalyptic United States and you can't find any 7.62 by 39 because all the guys that were carrying AKs were killed and then burned using the gunpowder out of their ammunition, you're gonna wish you had an AR.
There are so many 7.62 by 39 or 5.45 by 39 in the United States right now, and it's so friggin' prevalent. It's not even funny.
There is
Yeah, there
actually
might-
a 5.45 AR-15 for sale in one of my local gun shops.
It's a bastardized weapon.
There might be a lot of that ammo available, and there might be a lot of AKs, but just how many commies do you think have all that stuff?
A hell of a lot more than you think.
My thing is, what I know to be true is, if you engage them beyond 300 yards, you win the gunfight every time. So, it's just a mathematical equation. Look, there's a guy with an AK. He's not going to be able to run very fast because the rifle's too heavy. Let's extend the distance to 300
that
yards.
74 will reach out.
He didn't put an optic on it.
That's kind of why wouldn't you have an opt-in at least on a master mount?
You got angry that I put an optic on my MAT 90.
It's location.
What's wrong with it?
No, you do not put it out on the gas block. You don't put it out on your. No,
But
they
there's
have.
no other stable platform on the rifle for it.
There's not a master mount.
No, it doesn't have a side mount. I have one on my Wazzer because it has a side mount.
Okay, well, you can't go get the dust cover
That's
that
just going to
has
shake all to pieces. The AK
that.
is already inaccurate enough as it is. Why would I limit it further? That's like
Buy an
cutting a
AR.
yeah. It's terrible, dude. Don't take a weapon that is already the equivalent of a short bus driver and then limit it further by giving it an optic placement that makes it awkward and difficult to zero. I mean, you're not supposed to be inappropriate with people with special needs. It's not polite. And that includes special needs rifles.
There is plenty. Damn it! I am live streaming. Quit calling.
That's the FBI.
No, it's my mother trying to call to say happy birthday.
Then call her back and happy birthday, by the way, dude. I'm sorry. I don't pay any attention to those notifications on Facebook.
But yeah,
Yep. So call her back and Nighthawk will sing and
I'll
Kingpin
sing,
will
dude.
talk about mayonnaise.
Yeah, let's sing. Come
no.
on. Let's sing to your mother, and I'll sing to you. And so this is Christmas. And a happy new year. Come on, let's do it.
No, and shooting an AR isn't going to change my opinion.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
But you
telling
never
you
even
right
shot an AR?
I bet you if you went out to your friend's house real quick, grabbed an AR, pulled the trigger once, you'd come back here and be like, guys, I gotta go call my mom. It's my birthday.
Yep. And not to mention that we would hear the angels singing as you were converted, right?
Right.
What's that? The Ode to Joy would begin to play in the background. Do, 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 do.
Yeah, no. Probably not.
No, you would. Yeah, definitely. Exactly like I think it would go exactly like he just described it. Like,
I'm certain of it.
yeah, me too. So
Don't be a cotton-headed ninny Meggins. Is that it? Cotton-headed niggity muggins? I just watched that movie. I can't remember.
I'm shocked he's never shot an AR from the sounds of it.
I think he has shot an AR.
I have never shot an AR. I do not own an AR, and my wife can even tell you I do not own an AR.
Nobody actually goes their entire life without shooting an AR-15.
So he must have had like, I don't know, a communist influence or something on him.
Something.
To be to go buy an AK and he didn't even try an AR. That just seems un-American.
Uh-huh. Maybe he's a spy.
Probably.
fang fang.
Yep. You got me. Fen is my sister.
Dude. I'd have totally hit that while pretending to know things.
You're not wrong.
That should have been Swallow's defense. He should have come out and like, look at my face and then look at her. Of
Dude,
course.
I didn't tell her shit that was worth anything, but man, I hit that.
You all know I'm an idiot and they don't tell me anything important.
Right. But I told her I knew stuff. Can I get a high five from the rest of the brothers in the audience? Because this was amazing.
I've
Yeah. I'm
you'd have
saying.
to Google something so you have something to tell her every evening.
So, the Russian Typhoon submarine. What was the guy's name who wrote Hunt for Red October? Be reading his books.
They don't believe that I don't own an AR.
How many times do you have to tell them you're an AK person? You're not gonna have an AR.
You know, I didn't want to say this in front of your wife because I don't usually play in other people's business, but there is definitively something about men who cannot shoot AR-15s, and I think it has to do with the package that you must deliver in order to ensure the quality of marriage. So, I'm just saying it would behoove you to step up to the plate here, my friend.
Like I said, if you decide that you want to send the AR, I will review it. But at the end of the day, we know what the master race is.
I'm just saying, my buddies got, and I fired it. It was actually pretty good, an AR-15 in 7.62 by 39.
Bastardized weapon.
It was fun to shoot, man. It was actually fun to shoot. I was looking at that going, huh. And it works on an AR-15 lower, so.
Rich says, you people are still going? Yes, we are still going.
Well, you came and joined us, my friend.
And
I think Gary just wins the comment of the night right there. There you go. Bam. Gary wins our internet tonight.
Let's see.
You can spell America without AR because nowhere in America is
Yes.
AR actually touching.
Yes.
Now, is there an A and an R in the word? Yes. But no, AR is not the conjoined letters.
He said you can't spell America without AR. He didn't say it had to be in order. He didn't say whether they were capitalized. He made a very direct, very true statement. It cannot be done.
But he has them conjoined where they are touching. Now, if he would have said A-R, showing that there could possibly be separation.
Well, no, technically, if he was interested in talking about the separation, he would have put that in the original comment, but he did not. He said you cannot spell America without AR, which is a fact. And he just dropped the mic. He even said it's over. He wins.
And you can't spell AK with Russia. So I mean, it's pretty clear.
You can't convince him. He's BLM AK all the way.
Oh no!
Hey,
Say
BLM.
it ain't so.
Okay. BLM. Has ARs. You don't see any of the BLM people holding AKs.
Yeah, you do seem more of an Antifa guy to me. What color's your hair today? What kind of Kool-Aid you put in it today?
I don't have hair. I am bald.
That's why I said that.
Has nobody watched a single one of my 3 videos that I have released?
We watch all your videos, dude. We love you. But this is intervention. This is supporting our brother who's become lost somewhere on the way. Somewhere you were like, hey, it's wood and iron and 1940s technology stolen from the Germans. Surely this is a good thing. And we were like, no, we can still save you. And every day we come back and we struggle.
Yeah.
Well, G23's favorite program is the Fireside Chat. So,
yeah, I see the logic. Did we lose New York?
No, I'm here.
Oh, I was like, did we just lose Rob?
No.
Like, this is getting stupid.
Slamming a glass of milk here.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah.
Switch laundry.
I gotta go to work in the morning, so I'm gonna hop off and go to bed.
Brother, rest well.
Have a great evening, and thank you again for being one of my very first guest panelists and coming back again.
I'm happy to do it, man. I was really glad that you sent me the link tonight. We had a super cool chat, and let's figure out how to change the world by the end of the day. So I think we can do it.
Get everybody to stop paying taxes.
There you
It'll
go.
happen. It'll happen in a month.
We could still consider, maybe not shooting directly up in the air, but maybe at like a 35-degree angle. Maybe. I mean, something.
Maybe 30. I'd say like 37.5 degrees.
I'm open for compromise.
Do you have to get drunk before you do that so you have an alibi? I mean, how does that
Exactly.
I'm open for
Just
compromise.
don't get caught. That's
work? Yeah, right. Bust out your tack, put one in the ground, walk back in real quick, and clean the gun. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Have a good night. Everybody in the chat, peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good night.
Take care.
Man, negligent discharge. Son of a bitch.
So, well, again, if you're not subscribed to Mr. Kingpin, definitely go out and subscribe to him. He's a great dude.
He is.
And I was keeping the chat going to see if the 402 Outdoorsman was going to pop back in, but not quite sure. He's coming back. So
what was he talking about?
He was going to jump on the live stream and try being out on a live stream.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, we need Mr. Bigglesworth back.
So
what is the longest live stream we've ever done here? All of us together.
we did a almost 6-hour live stream on this channel.
That's awesome.
Was it going for the record today?
I have no problem keeping this going till midnight Pacific time, but the wife's like, "Oh yeah, you do. Oh yeah, oh you have a problem."
Let me explain to you why you have a problem.
Well, let me explain what your problem's gonna be real quick.
That's always my wife. Let me tell you why what you think is a good idea is not a good idea.
Right? Exactly. Order pizza.
Take 5 minutes.
What, do you want me to order pizza?
Yes.
I can order Domino's while I'm live streaming.
Dang, pizza does sound good. What time is it? It's 10:30 here. Nobody's going to deliver pizza.
Domino's, they're open till 11.
Are they?
If you have the app, it's really easy.
Hey, guy just joined my channel whose one playlist is CeeLo music. I'm excited.
Check your pizza good when you get it.
Yeah, why's that?
Last one I got had like a crushed bug underneath the slice of pizza.
Nice.
I have not
that
had...
ruined it for me. So like you wouldn't know unless you saw the bottom of the slice. So who thinks to look at the bottom? But
dude,
that's where it was crushed.
That's high quality protein, and not everybody gets high quality protein in their diet.
So
yeah,
what kind of pizza do you want? Taco?
I don't like any extras.
So you're a New Yorker. So do you like thin crust New York, pretty standard New York style pizza, or are you into deep dish? What's your thing?
The thin crust.
Thin crust, yeah.
I prefer thin. Yeah.
I like
deep dish is okay, but it just seems like I'm eating a ball of dough. Yep. I'd much rather the nice big slices that you just pick up and you can fold. that'd be
Greasy.
that nice little crisp, so it almost wants to
Yeah.
snap when you fold it.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm talking. And then you better be careful because oil's going one way or the other
Uh-huh.
because they use
Uh-huh.
real cheap.
Yep.
Mm. Yeah,
We've
that's the
got
good stuff.
a guy here from Brooklyn who had a pizzeria in Brooklyn, and he and his family moved here because his daughter came down here, married a guy, and they had kids. Right, so you're going to move close to the grandbabies. Well, he established this place, the New York style pizzeria here, and I basically put their grandkids through college. Man, it's so good to have New York style pizza local. You know what I mean? And he does. He's faithful to it.
Mm.
It's and he's got one of the things on the menu is he calls it the New York pie, and he brings out about it's 23-inch circumference pie with it's basically 6 slices.
Yeah, yeah, they're big, but
Yep, worth it.
it's you don't have to keep getting up or going back to grab more. So, yeah,
Yep,
definitely worth it. So
totally worth it.
and I don't know. Even with kids, I know with mine and a son, sometimes I just bust out the pizza cutter and cut those slices in half, and they were happy because obviously everybody can't. Some kids can't eat a full slice like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
small kids or whatever. But oh yeah, that's good stuff, man. It's way different than Domino. I tell you,
Oh,
Domino's
way
is
different.
passable. I think.
Yeah.
You get by with it or whatever, but it's definitely not going to be my go-to. I don't need a damn app, that's for sure. Especially now with bugs and shit. Oh god. The problem around here, everybody's so damn ghetto everywhere you go with some of the stuff. They don't listen to no rules. They don't do things right. They're yelling and screaming half the time in a store. You can't even hear the person you're trying to talk to because the music's so damn loud and stuff. So same thing with my nearest Dunkin' Donuts. Like,
Really?
shit,
That's a shame.
I'd give somebody $100 tip if they could just make the damn coffee right. You know what I mean?
Right.
But they just can't do it. The manager can't do it. Nothing. They just can't do it. So,
Man, Dunkin'
I
Donuts
try to
out here
avoid
is the
everything real
bomb.
low.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know. And especially the Domino's because it's not too far from my place. The lady had it out with them for damn near running her over, and guy was I think smoking a blunt, ran through the stop sign, and they had to run out of the way because the guy almost ran him right over there.
What the heck?
Yeah, she was all types of bitching. I don't know if she got him. She called and complained, but I don't know what happened. But yeah,
Man,
it was just crazy.
I'm third generation will pound you into the ground if you damage my kids.
yeah. I'm pretty not thrilled myself, but I mean, she was pretty going after him. So yeah, she's pretty much that way too.
I don't know. I'm probably too aggressive for the northern states. I remember the last time we were up there, there was one of those guys out there, and he's just doing what he should be doing, right? He's trying to get people to visit the tourist site. But he like got up in my wife's face about something. I didn't even hear where it started. My wife's not a shit talker. She doesn't start crap with something. I was like, listen here, you little New York pipsqueak. I will knock a hole in your ass and tell God you died. And so he's up in my face and I'm up in his face and we're just fucking yelling at each other in the middle of the street. And, it's over that quick, right? And we both walk away and go our separate ways. And my wife's like,
Yeah.
I want to leave. I was like, no, this is just how northern states are, babe.
You're just getting a normal experience. What are you talking about?
I see we are joined out in the crowd by Carolina EDC Reviews. Welcome.
Hey,
Now-
Carolina. He needs to get his butt in here.
I'm not sure if I sent him a link or not.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I just heard, New York? I thought I heard Carolina wasn't good enough to be a part of the program.
I never.
That's what I thought I heard. Carolina, we still love you. Rob and I got your back.
You know, that AK loving guy. There's a lot of weird things about him.
There are.
There you go.
This
If
is
if
the
he
moment.
if Mr. Carolina wants to jump in, the link is out there.
Yay! Negative peer pressure. Man.
But I know he was in South Carolina with his family.
Oh, good for him.
At least that's when he was reviewing his 22 pistol.
Yeah, I got a P17 in today. I'm excited about that thing. They came with 3 magazines, and Keltec is billing it as the 22 caliber defensive handgun. And I'm gonna treat it like it's a defensive handgun. I'm gonna put it through the paces.
So, what do you think about that slide?
So I think I get it. So I fired it a couple of times. So there is so much less mass that it has to reciprocate that the weapon. Okay, and it has a super light trigger, by the way, and so the weapon will just unload itself. You can go through an entire magazine in 2.5 seconds, 17 rounds. Just it will just unload itself. And since there's so short a distance for that slide on it to reciprocate, it's like a deagle, right? And there's so little mass moving, it's like having a laser gun.
So, if by chance it fell out of your hand or holster and you were in a jog and stepped on it, would it mess that up?
I don't know. I'll tell you after I try to destroy it.
So
Because that's my concern. It seems,
Yeah.
and it's an open area, but it's somewhat closed with that L in the front. That around the barrel in a sense. But
Well,
when it's
close
actually
with
fired, then it's
Yeah.
got a hell of an open area. You know what I mean? But
Well, it doesn't open, but for a split second, it's
Right,
it's even
right.
faster than a slide reciprocating on your pistol.
right,
It's
yeah,
super
probably
fast.
won't be an issue.
Yeah.
Maybe close up on a garment or something like that.
That
I
would
don't
be
know.
an issue. Yeah, but if you're
But-
shooting at that distance anyway, you need to have some kind of standoff process.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm just worried durability wise, but I mean for the price, don't get me wrong. Shit, I think it's definitely
paid
cool.
$190
I
for that
can't check one out because they have the magazine's too large, or I would. So
Yeah.
So-
for my damn state, but man,
Rich White's
I'm
heading
looking
off to
forward to
bed.
it.
Rich White's heading off to bed. So have a good night, Rich. And
Night, Rich.
we all know that 11th round is the super assassin round.
Yeah, that's the one that is used to kill the room full of people. Yeah.
Yep. And we have been joined on the panel by Mr. Carolina EDC. Welcome, buddy.
Yay!
Hooty hoo!
What up?
What up? What up? What's crack-a-lacking?
I hear babies and family in the background. That sounds like a good time.
Talking about me?
Yeah.
No, I ain't got no babies here.
No babies? Okay.
No babies.
Just fam.
Yeah.
Check the closet.
Shit.
And whoa, defense dad's here.
Oh, yeah.
New
Defense
York.
dad.
I got
New
kind of a
York.
funny story about checking the closet. I don't know.
Hey, Rob.
Long time ago, hanging with this girl, just kind of met her. We were hanging out at her place in her bed. Next thing you know, she jokes around with this kid voice or something. And I swear to God, she had somebody locked up in the closet. I was about to freak out. What the
Holy
hell?
crap, dude.
Yeah, I had to get up and check the closet.
Last dude that came into the bedroom is still there, huh?
Yeah.
So,
Well, nah, it almost seemed like she had a kid like locked in the closet. Like I got company or something. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? Oh hell no.
so
Nah.
Rob, Mr. Carolina EDC has a question for you.
What would that be?
You did see my video today, right?
No, man, I was working before sun up to sundown, basically. So, no.
Copy that. Well, you have been challenged, so watch the video.
Right.
I read that in a comment earlier that Mr. Rob D and Mr. DM Foss were called out today.
Called out. Is this like a bitch
The
better
gauntlet.
bring me my money or?
They were
It
issued
can be.
challenges.
It can be. It depends. Depends. You just gotta watch the video.
I haven't watched anybody's videos today. I need to get on that. It's been wife time all day long. It's been pretty fun.
So, Mr. Defense Dad, what's going on? What's new in the zoo?
What's up, some bitches?
Are you here to tell us how your bastardized AER is a great platform?
No, I actually don't have that anymore.
See?
It turned into a 5.56.
Outstanding, sir. I knew you were a purist at heart.
Well, I worked out a good trade with somebody, but now I got 1,000 rounds of 7.62 that I don't have anything to shoot with. So I need to get an upper.
Yeah, you do.
Or just go ahead and be the real and get you a true AK.
Dude,
I
I'm
didn't say
telling
you
you.
wanted to waste them.
Yeah, it was
So you-
fun playing in steel with that 7.62 by 39 AR. That was a lot of fun.
I liked my pistol, but the problem was I got a side. It was a side charger,
Yeah.
and being a left-hander, it doesn't have a brass brake,
Oh, yeah.
and it hits me right in the face.
That's your fault for being wrong-handed. The nuns cured me.
So I traded somebody an unfired PSA 5.56 complete rifle for that, and yeah, I'm just gonna get a rifle upper for it.
That's pretty cool.
So
I can't believe we've been going for almost 5 hours and we still have 11 people out in the crowd.
I can't believe you've never actually shot an AR, but you seem to hate them so bad.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of the
Yeah.
guy who's never gone out with a certain type of girl, and he's like, I hate them. They're terrible. You just have to assume something about that kind of man, G23.
Well,
He's taking
Yeah,
payments from
assumptions.
foreign governments. What do you expect?
This is true.
that's the reason why I can afford 9mm and Rob can't.
I think Carolina needs to weigh in on this.
Oh, oh, oh. I could buy. I just refuse
Okay,
to pay
I'm live.
$30 a box.
I went to my gun store tonight to see if they had any 9mm. They're completely out. I couldn't believe I walked out of the place. I went there wanting to spend money, and I couldn't find anything to spend money on it tonight.
So, I don't know if Rob heard, but my wife said, ask Rob if he wants her to smack me upside the back of the dome for saying that.
Please, dude.
He says no.
No, he was roboting really bad. He really does want her to.
He probably does, but it's a New York thing. Who cares what they He did say yes, please.
Make it hurt.
He says make it hurt.
So I came back. Are we doing birthday spankings? Is this what I hear in the background?
I guess this is where it's gone.
Yeah.
I want her to quit all services to you for 20 days so you can test bed your little platform and see how you like that.
Ooh.
That would end up, because then I'd just go, okay, well, I'm not going to ask permission. I'm just going to go buy what I want.
Yep, but you can't ask her for anything she normally does, whether that's a cup of coffee, whether it could be laundry or cooking or just consulting you. You can't even, nothing, 20 days.
Are we talking about marital PT also? I mean, are we going all the way with this?
All
Hey.
the way.
Cool.
20 days. Let's see if we can handle it.
Cocaine and hookers is an option.
No, it's not.
It's not a good one.
That's how you get gonosyphil AIDS.
And they've got a cream for that.
Oh God.
Wake up in a gutter a year later asking how'd I get here.
This is where the chat's gone.
Hey man, I'm having fun, but I may or may not have had a few Irish coffees.
There you go.
Irish coffees are very well.
Nothing quite like mixing a depressant with a stimulant.
You got to make them the real way, though.
So you're talking about coffee with a large amount of whiskey in it, not using Kahlua.
So I make them the traditional way. So good, whatever coffee you prefer, preferably not a flavored coffee. And then you put in a good heaping tablespoon of brown sugar. While the spoon's hot, you've already hand whipped whipped cream. And then you pour it over the back of the heated spoon so it lays across the top. So every time you take a drink, you get a good drink of the cream with the coffee. You don't cheat and use Bailey's.
There you go.
But the heated spoon is the key. And you just use the one you stir the sugar in with anyway.
Who put sugar in their friggin' coffee?
A traditional Irish coffee has it.
I take sugar because I'm sweet.
I don't know. Coffee is not meant. Coffee, straight black. That's how it's meant to be. And so thick that when you put your spoon in the coffee, it stands straight up and down.
No. That's horrible.
Yeah, I'm a creamer guy in my coffee. I like one creamer.
Yeah,
You're
Cuts the better.
I pretty much can only drink coffee when it's cold outside. So, but it snowed, so I figure, what the hell?
Well, there you go.
you're probably one of those Irish cream or French vanilla guys, aren't you?
No, I usually cannot stand sweetener of any sort of like coffee or anything like that. But when you have the whiskey and the hand whipped cream that isn't flavored, just a good Irish coffee just takes some sugar, and that's how it's supposed to be.
Now, I don't have a problem putting some like half and half or some heavy whip in your coffee if you want, but like sugar, no. Sugar, no.
But only in Irish coffee, not in coffee. No, I don't like sweetened. I don't like sweet coffee. I don't like sweet tea. If I want hot cocoa, I'll give freaking hot cocoa.
Yeah, I mean, that's what. If you're gonna put sugar in your coffee, you might as well just make yourself some hot cocoa.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
But good coffee would
just. If
just
you're gonna buy a Glock, you might as well just get a brick. It's cheaper.
That's true. That's true.
Let's see. 3 out of the 5 people on this panel have a Glock.
Yep, I carry one every day.
So y'all overpaid.
The only Glocks I actually really like are the Glock 17s.
Why?
I shot a lot of the variants of it. I don't know why. For whatever reason, I get if it's a stock Glock trigger, I get trigger slap on it on most of the rest of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the 26s, the 43s, I've shot them, and like I got several kids at them. Go ahead.
What about like a 23? or a 22?
I like
Well,
the
I'm just
19.
talking. I'm just talking like for whatever reason, the full size ones, the triggers don't slap my finger. I can't explain it. You wouldn't think it'd make a big difference. But so for a Glock 26, for example, I can shoot my Walther, I can shoot everything else. I just don't like the Glocks. It's a personal preference.
Oh, it's completely understandable.
And my other thing too, like I'm not making fun of Glocks. I'm just saying for me, if I'm going to spend $500 to $800 on a gun, I want it the way I want it without having to spend money on it. That's why I like my Walther. That's why I like my HKs. I don't feel like I have to swap out the sights. I don't feel like I have to swap out the triggers. On most stock Glocks, a lot of people buy them, and even the stock, but a lot of people buy them knowing they're going to spend a few $100s tricking them out. I just don't want to do that.
So my question is that like an AR-15?
Well, I build my AR-15s, so
Well, but you build them and spend the extra money on the accessories that are not a part of the native setup, right? So we might argue the same concept for an AR-15, right? My AR-15 is miles beyond what it started as.
right. But I start with a strip lower, and I spend the money I'm going to. I don't go and spend I'm not going to go buy a Ruger 5.56 and spend $800 on it and then completely replace everything.
But you again, so what is the stock? What is considered to be the stock configuration of an AR-15?
Oh, I mean, as far as a basic, I'd say look like an M&P 15 or something.
Right. So that we would both agree that in general, a stock AR-15 has plastic front handguards, no optic attached to it. It either has a top Picatinny rail mount or the removable handguard mount at this point in our existence, right? So none of us hardly ever, I mean, there's somebody out there that does, right? I'm not going to say never, but hardly ever do we ever build a stock AR-15. We invariably go the next level with it. Most of us will put a front handguard on it of some kind. We will typically mount an optic on it of some kind. We may purchase other than normal furniture. We'll put a front Picatinny rail set or an M-LOK or something of that nature on it. For some reason, and I don't understand why, when people modify their pistols, people claim that that's because the pistol's bad. And I'm not specifically defending Glock here, by the way, because I'm beginning to hear it around the 365. It's because for some reason there seems to be a separation in our heads between modifying your rifle to customize it for yourself and being normal and modifying your pistol to customize it for yourself being abnormal.
Well, I disagree. So my avenue of that is with the AR, I'm building it piece by piece. I'm not buying. I never have bought a complete AR then modified. I built it from scratch, except for this one I just traded for. So it's just a base M4 carbine style from PSA.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about is with the Glock. When you go drop $600 on a handgun, like 19 millimeter handgun or whatever 9mm, sorry. 440.
Jesus, I want.
But I'm saying you spend
yes.
$700, and then you're gonna just totally gut it. I would be. That's where the Palmer 80, right? If I was gonna do that, I would just buy a Palmer 80 and build it with what I wanted in the first place, because I don't want to have $1,200 in a handgun where I could buy, for $700-800, I could buy my preference of the Walther or the HK.
Well, that is an option with Glocks. You can absolutely do that.
I would do that, but I wouldn't go buy a completely built, say, Glock 19 off the showroom floor and spend. I mean, they're going for close to $700 some places right now, right?
Right. So hang on. So what you're saying is, and so please clarify for me. This is my perspective. Okay, is that the default for people is to incorrectly go out and purchase it at its full cost and then just take it apart. You're saying that that's the default for people is to
that's the norm. What most
price.
people tend to do with it. Yes.
Well, I don't have a single modified Glock in my house that wasn't purchased as a parts kit, and that's why I'm confused. Maybe that's where my confusion comes in. Sorry.
Well, and that's
Just
different.
like buying a car as well. You're going to change things on it, you know.
Well, I'm not saying we don't have to, but like, well, I just can't see spending full price of it then doing it. If I go and build it from the ground up, that's completely different. Most people I know don't. A lot of people don't realize you can do that. For one, they just go buy the completed one. Like, but for example, again, back to mine, the reason I like one of the many reasons I like the guns I have is the way I want them right out of the factory. They're a tool to me. I don't have to do that as far as handguns. But yeah, ARs I want them the way I want.
I think modularity is why a lot of people buy the Glock system. And
Well,
so
yeah.
just like you buy an AR-15 because of the modularity of it, that's, my Glock 19 on my hip is all original. There are no modifications to it at all. I like the weapon the way it came out. And that's my comfort zone, right? That's not your comfort zone. You're
Well,
more comfortable with another firearm. My Glock 17 is unmodified, but I have multiple modular parts for it. And what I mean by that is I have a CAA Microroni that it goes into and 33 round magazines and things of that nature.
Yeah, but that's why back to what I was saying. Like I've shot several bone stock Glock 17s. They're a joy to shoot. I like them. My problem with that is just that's back to my preference. I'm a left-hander. I want fully ambidextrous on everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only Glock I really do like is a full-size frame. I don't care for the personally I don't care for the compact ones.
My Glock, and I think the only mods I have on any of my Glocks right now are magazine mods. So my 43, which is my deep concealed carry, is it's got the Shield Arms 15 round magazines, flush magazines for it.
Yeah, no, my go-to as far as carry go are either the PPQ subcompact or the VP9, and I just shoot them. I just shoot them well, and they do everything I want to do the way I want it to do. That's the beauty of it, though. That's why there's so many different guns out there. People don't have to like the same stuff.
Cool. I agree. I tell people all the time I have 5 of everything. So when people call me a this or that or the other, I'm always like, really? How many of this gun do you have? Oh, you don't have any of those? What's wrong with you?
So which wife is your favorite?
Me? Which wife is my favorite?
Yeah, you said you have 5.
Hang on, she's asleep. So the first girl I married was actually my favorite because she was a redhead and she was fucking crazy, which included everywhere. You know what I mean? And then the second one, however, is the one that's been easier to deal with.
Pros and cons.
What about the
Pros
third
and
one?
cons.
So I don't know yet. When this one dies, I'll probably get married again. I will by far outlive my current wife. My genetics say I live to be 100 if I'm lucky.
No. Are you sure you don't already have a third wife?
No, dude. I'm not out of my mind. Are you kidding me? One at a time is all any man should ever do. This is why those people back in biblical times had such a short lifespan. Methuselah was only married once. The rest of those people had like 20 wives, and all of them died. Young, man. Young.
Yeah, that'd probably drive you crazy.
Yep. Real
Especially all those periods and stuff link up and everything.
Oh my God.
Hell on wheels. It's 20 ways over. Oh God.
No more. Make it stop.
Yeah, and trying to remember anniversaries. Oh, 20.
No,
Goodness.
That's why you just get married on the same day.
Yeah. Oh, birthdays. You know, pick them all out of the same hospital room. So.
No, see, there's a problem here that you haven't even mentioned yet, but I know you know. Whose kid is it? Right? Because suddenly it becomes, who's your mom? Holy crap.
I just realized we have G23 in here twice.
Oh man,
I gotta run, guys.
brother, be safe.
Yeah, sorry, cut out, but I gotta be up at crack of dawn and on the road. So, have a good evening, everybody.
Later, man.
Be
Later.
safe.
Later.
All right, take care, guys.
Well,
And
did there were
reason why-
three.
And the reason why there's two is one is my laptop and one is my cell phone because I'm waiting for the pizza person to show up.
I gotcha.
So I'm sitting outside.
Dude, you're killing me, Smalls. I want pizza now.
And Domino's just showed up.
Yeah, they
Man, I
just,
haven't had Domino's in years.
So yeah, I ordered. They have a taco, chicken taco pizza, but then I took the chicken off and I added beef instead.
Yeah.
So yeah,
No, we ordered a Philly steak pizza for lunch at work today. Man, that was good. But we got this kind of a smaller chain. I don't know. It was newer to me here. It's called Toppers. And man, they have it's a pepperoni jalapeno popper pizza. That stuff kicks ass.
I've learned not to Google things that you guys say on here. I'll look at that later.
You should Google that primary arms sale I told you about. You remember that one I shared with you? You shared on screen about a month or so ago.
Yeah.
I just bought that tonight for $149.
Very cool, sir.
I figured I don't care if it's a blend because it's going to get beat up on the range anyway.
Right. You're going to beat the hell out of it anyway. And what's wrong with it? You throw some enamel paint on it and you're done.
Yep. I wasn't going to spend any more stuff on ARs until we find out for sure what's going on, but I'm like, well, hell, I could throw that on another rifle if I need to anyway.
I'm not worried about it at this point.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, but I'm real practical. So if I can spend my money on, like, I'm looking for a revolver right now. So I'm kind of spending money towards that stuff instead of ARs at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But if I like that reticle, I can always throw it on a regular rifle as well. So
Heck yeah.
but I can't find a decent revolver in this town. Well, correction. If I'm willing to spend $1,000 plus, I can find one. But to find what I want to spend, there's nothing in between. I can't find anything in 357 that has a 4-inch barrel. It's all snubbies or like the Raging Hunters.
There is a shortage of mid-sized revolvers where I live too. That 357, the model 19-3 that I bought the other day, was the first one I'd seen in a while.
There's one here that I can't believe it. So they have two. They do have two. But the gun shop, I can't believe it. I keep asking if they have it priced wrong. So they have a Taurus M65 matte stainless, right?
Uh-huh.
Sitting right next to a Smith & Wesson.
Uh-huh.
The Taurus, they have it priced at $734.
What the hell?
MSRP is $434 on that gun.
Right.
I'm like, for $40 more, I'll buy the Smith & Wesson that's sitting right next to it.
So I see the 402 Outdoorsman is back, and I will throw the link back out in the crowd if he wants to join.
402 Outdoorsman, save your integrity. Don't do it, man. Once you jump in here, you're stuck in the loop forever.
But
yeah, I've seen a lot of price markups, just like you do, that do not make any sense at all.
Well, I thought it had to have been a misprint. It's at Shield, which is a box store, so it could happen.
Yeah.
But that revolver they've had for going on 2 months now, and he's like, "Yeah, we can't sell it." I'm like, well, like, yeah, I bet not.
Yeah. It's marked up 30% over the value.
When everywhere online has it for like $450 or less, and you're talking $740 for the gun,
Is it a consignment? How'd they get into it?
brand new. They had a black version of it for $399, and I was gonna buy it. I went home to grab my APX to take in to see if they gonna trade on it.
Right.
By the time I got back, they'd already sold the black one.
Oh man.
Because I don't have a revolver right now, and I don't want to spend a ton of money on it, and I've got too many 9mm, so I was gonna trade one.
That makes sense, actually.
Well, I mean, I don't know about too many. I just
Enough.
I have one I don't shoot as well as I should, even though I really like it. So might as well trade it on something else.
Burnaby says, I may or may not have ordered a P80.
You know, I was gonna order one a couple months ago. I had a feeling this stuff was gonna come down, and not that I'm really afraid of it, but I don't really have that much interest in a Gen 3 Glock, other than if it was a Palmer 80 because it was cheaper to build.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna buy a Glock, I'm probably gonna want the Gen 5 with backstraps and everything. The appeal to the Palmer 80 was it wasn't going to be licensed, and it was. I mean, I do like the ergonomics of the handle on it, of the grip.
See, the thing is it may or may not be cheaper with the P80 because I was looking at it a while back, and it would have cost me almost $700 to build it, and to go to the store and just buy one was like $439.
Well, and it's a different brand. So right now, there's another company out there that has a complete kit for either their version of a Glock 17 or a 19. You can buy the whole kit for $429. But they have separated. They've separated the jig out in the last couple of days, and they're selling the jig for $10 separately. So it's not that complete kit. So for $440, you can basically get a complete.
Now, like, I know when I was looking at like the Palmer 80, they would sell the frame and the jig, but then they didn't sell the lower parts kit or the slide or the barrel or the magazines. So that was all extra costs that you were going to have to go and incur.
Well, they did both, right? So they had the buy, build, shoot kit, which is what they're going after for people who didn't have everything. But some people just want to take their Glock innards and they wanted to put it in the Palmer 80 lower because it's got different ergonomics on the grip. It is a little, it doesn't have that pump that a lot of people don't care for on the Glock. So they had it both. You could buy just the frame. You could buy what you wanted, but it was cheaper if you didn't already have a slide. If you didn't already have everything else to buy in that buy, build, shoot kit. But that's the one they're saying it now constitutes a firearm, even though just because they're all in the same kit, it's not a ready-made firearm until you finish it.
I know some of them you can buy like the kit, a complete kit.
I've never had my hands on a Palmer 80 that ran right.
But when they actually do the mailing of them, they come in 3 different shipments on 3 or 4 different days.
Yeah.
They separate them out so that this way they're not in like one kit.
Right. Well, some people just, I will say like their complete kits just come with a very basic slide, very basic barrel. And a lot of people, part of the customization of a Palmer 80 is people wanted to go out and get a really nice maybe like a rock slide or something else. They just wanted the grid module, basically.
Yeah. And I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Ghost Tactical. Welcome. And I just want to be the first one on the internet to say I am so sorry for your loss today. Keep your head up. You have till next year.
The hell happened?
Army beat Navy.
Oh, dude, that wasn't a loss. That was the greatest day ever. Are you kidding me?
But you got to think about the fact that Ghost is a retired Marine, so he would have been.
Understand.
So it would have been a loss for him.
No, not really. The Marine Corps doesn't play in sports for a certain reason, and he should be okay with this loss. And we all knew that Army was better than Navy anyway. And just because Army gave Navy a little slack for a few years, that's,
A few years. This is the first time the Army ever won on their home field.
That's what I'm saying. Just you give them a little slack.
69 years.
A lot of slack.
Until today, they were outscored by the Navy 49-4.
Well, fellers, you have a good night. I got to work in the morning.
Rest well, brother. Or have a great day and rest well.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Do your closing plugs, and I think we're probably going to end up wrapping this thing up. We've been going for almost 5.5 hours.
Oh, yeah, just thanks for having me. Been put out a few videos lately, and I got one coming out on Tuesday on comparison of the Canic versus the PPQ subcompacts.
Cool. That'll be a fun little video.
So, all right, guys, have a good one.
Yep.
Peace out, brother.
Later.
So, Mr. Carolina, you want to do your closing plugs?
Yeah. I guess look at my stuff. Thank you for having me. So,
And congratulations on breaking the 3K mark.
Woo, woo.
yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep. Mr. Nighthawk Medic, go ahead. Hit us with your closing plugs.
I done did it. Thanks for having me. Have a great night. I did it last time.
Yeah, there's some fresh blood in the crowd.
Take a new person shooting. Have an amazing day, guys.
Yes, sir. Again, if you're not already subscribed, go ahead, check out Mr. Kingpin. He's a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
Check out Nighthawk Medic, Carolina, Rob D, Defense Dad. Pretty much everybody in the crowd puts out videos, so give them some love. I hear Ghost Tactical does some pretty good stuff, so I would definitely check him out. The 402 Outdoorsman needs a lot of love. Man, he's been sitting on like 140 channel friends for 6 months. So, again, have a great evening. And